Hello everyone and welcome along to Meydan Racecourse, Friday 31st of January as we roll through the Carnival. We're a week after the riches, the brilliance and everything, the emotions that Fashion Friday gave us. We've got 8 races to look forward to today. Not quite the buzz perhaps of last week, but it should still be really compelling action on the turf and the dirt over my right-hand shoulder. And for William Buick and Charlie Appleby, they will seek to conquer. They've got horses like Al Qudra, they've got Mountain Breeze, Romantic Star, and indeed First Conquest to look forward to. All should have strong chances of winning their respective races. And indeed, First Conquest is going to go forward for the Dubai Millennium Stakes, named, of course, that race after, for many, the greatest winner there has been of the most famous race here, the Dubai World Cup. Of course, it was in Millennium Year, some 25 years ago. And if First Conquest were to win today, he would make it a remarkable 8 in a row in the Dubai Millennium for trainer Charlie Appleby. So all eyes on that a little bit later on. To get you up to speed with what you can look forward to here at Meydan today, here's Pat Comerford, our esteemed commentator.
Tonight at Meydan, the 10-year-old by Invincible Spirit in Meydan heads the field. Jim Crowley looking to take out the opening race. Well, the daughter of Lope de Vega has been priced up as if unbeatable overseas. We see Mountain Breeze step out for a UAE debut. Echo Point did everything right last time out to break through for another win. With confidence on his side, a back-to-back victory could certainly be possible. He's a horse who's been plagued by bad luck. Jumping through the gates 2 starts ago, and in a false start event last start, Welcome Dream, maybe good luck might be on his side this evening. Well, Cairo is an exciting horse. Two contests at Group 2 level, back to Group 3 tonight, and strikes a winnable race from a good gate for Alice Haynes. And Al Qudra has a stellar resume. Coming back to a conditions event off a rating of 110. Looks very hard to beat in the curtain closer tonight. For the evening, we race an 8-race program, 4 on the dirt, 4 on the turf. And we kick off here in this night, sponsored by Imar, with the Oasis over 1400. We stay at the distance but switch to the turf for the Moors Stakes. The Valley by Imar Stakes over 1900 on dirt is our 3rd event. Over to the straight 6 for the Dubai Sprint. And we back to the Dubai Creek Harbour over 7 on dirt for the 5th. The Dubai Millennium at Group 3 is our feature, over 2000 on turf. The Imar South Stakes at 2200 on the dirt for our dirt stayers. And then to the mile for the Jumeirah Guineas Trial, an exciting event to wrap up proceedings. Looking at the going here, good tracks on the whole of the circuit surface and up the chutes as well, even playing throughout. And the scratchings for the evening. All of the emergencies come out of the opening event. Shanagai City, Radan, Raneen and Addicted to Chaos. Raib comes out in the 4th event, and Sean has come down with a fever, and he will be taking place with a run in the next couple of weeks.
So pre-racing, welcome along to the Paddock Garden at the heart of Meydan Racecourse. Delighted to be joined by esteemed caller Pat Comerford. It's a new situ, well certainly for me being here, I quite like this with the backdrop that we've got.
It is. I mean,
a few businesses.
They've also got 2 6'4" individuals into a picnic bench. I think there's a bit of a stitch up there, to be fair, but we go on.
Yeah, okay. Do you reckon it'll be one of those things that you could try to get up at the end of this, but actually work out that the legs are seized up?
I'd say so. I'd say we're going to be a bit sore after this one. Stretch out might be necessary.
How was, superb course by the way, how was Fashion Friday for you?
Yeah, it was nervous leading up to it. I mean, it's one of those meetings where you've got so many people tuning in to follow, I guess, the racing here and the superb card that we had with so many international contenders. But I mean, none more so than Romantic Warrior, who's got a very big cult following in most importantly my part of the world. So you know, a lot of people from home tuning in to watch the races and you know, setting the alarms for 4 a.m. to tune in for the race. So I mean, it was You know, it was a. Look, we can't not touch on the fact that it was a sad end to the race, the way that it transpired with measured time, and our condolences do go out to Godolphin and everyone involved with the son of Frankel. He was an amazing horse, and obviously a career that's unfortunately gone short-lived. But I mean, can't take away from the fact that this win was it was superb. I mean, to do what he did, to make up the amount of ground that he did and break the track record in doing so, that was only set very, very recently. You know, it'll go down as one of the big highlights of my career thus far, and I think it'll be very tough to top.
Lovely, well put as well. We'll look forward to Romantic Warrior wherever is next on the dirt, and winning most horse in the history of time, prize money wise, in search of further. So 8 races to look forward to today. Not quite the fare of Fashion Friday, but we will start locally at 5:30. It is the Oasis by Imar, and it's one of the bigger field races on the day. They're headed up by Pipes and Drums, newcomer here. Atlantic Sky, who's a key form horse. Further down, Maputo, ditto that comment. The 10-year-old Meydan, number 5 is there. Davy Lamp, number 7. Skorsky, number 8. Over the page, Trip to Rome, Fall of Rome, a couple of Romes there. And we go down to the likes of Gliding Bay, Royal Correspondent, and very interesting Smart System, reserves applied, but don't get in. Let's have a look at some very key form. Midway through December, Nayar was the winner. We're going to see a little bit later on in the card, but the best of the rest was headed by Atlantic Sky. A load of them in here.
Yeah, there is. I mean, this is essentially the race where a lot of these have come through, and it probably is a race that will hold up in some way from a form perspective. I mean, Atlantic Sky's been going wonderful since arriving in the care of Doug Watson. Has really got this horse going well. I mean, he's run very good on this night here also. I mean, Nayar was probably slightly a class above these, but look, some honourable mentions running in behind, and yeah, as you said, we get quite a few of them contesting here tonight. I
thought Maputo could go well out of that race, but I kind of want to go against the obvious in this race. You know, if you think you could kind of throw a blanket over a load of them, I'd rather go away from that. And I think you're going to do something similar when taking a look at Smart System finishing second a few weeks ago now. Yeah,
I think he found the right grade. I think there's a few in the race that are like that. I mean, Maputo's going to take plenty of confidence from that last start win at Jebel Ali. I mean, Dukedom finally found a good race, getting back down to a suitable grade. But yeah, look, I'm in the corner here of Smart System. I thought he did plenty right in this run. Now, look, I mentioned to you just before, I mean, I don't know if there's too much in it. We know Bernardo Pinheiro is the #1 jockey for Salim bin Gadaya at the moment. And, well, he has obviously decided to take the ride here for Ali Al-Badwawi on board Smart System in that event. And I thought there was a bit of substance to that. And in the fact that he is not riding for Salim in this event with that newcomer in Pipes and Dreams, who'll be partnered by Javier Ziani. I'm not saying that Pipes and Drums can't go well. Better call it Pipes and Drums, not Pipes and Dreams.
You're only the race caller, don't
yeah,
we?
Exactly right. But look, I think Smart System from the ace draw, he'll find a forward position in running, and I think he'll give a kick. He'll take a bit of fitness out of that last run. It was gritty, but he's had enough time off as well to have come on from that.
Good stuff. I'll take you on actually with Pipes and Drums, who is a newcomer here, purely on the basis that there's probably some untapped potential, and certainly untapped potential on the dirt. He's a half-brother of a UAE Guineas winner, Gold Town, and he hasn't got any convictions that some of these have probably got, so I think it's more the unexposed thing.
Yep,
that's
no,
it.
Totally agree.
Okay, there you go, that's race 1. Let's move on to race 2, excuse me, and this is the Morge Stakes. She was brilliant, the 1,000 Guineas winner in the UK a couple of years ago. She was second in the Breeders' Cup. She won stateside, 2 race wins here as well, and they celebrate the racing career of Morge in our second race. Headed by Nana's Diamond, Flama Sunrise is number 2, La Senora interesting. Mountain Breeze is going to take a huge chunk out of the international markets, no doubt. She is number 5. We go down to the likes of Parisian Beauty. Over the page, Salsabill Princess, Secret Combination. She's got something to find, but the trainer thinks she'll go well. Excuse me. Mountain Breeze, second in the Sweet Solera back in August. This form should win this race comfortably.
Yeah, I think so, and that's probably why we've seen the market overseas gravitate towards Mountain Breeze. I've made Mountain Breeze the nap of the night. I think just going off what we've got on exposed form, I think out of all the Godolphin runners tonight, she's got the least chinks in her armour, and is probably the most progressive type, coming up against the easiest field, I think.
Yeah, and look who beats her here. Lake Victoria, who went on to win the Group 1 Moyglare Stud Stakes. Says it all, really. I think it's head and shoulders above the form that anything else has achieved. I know it didn't go her way when she was taken across the Atlantic at the end of last season, but assuming she's fit and well, she should win. Pre-racing, though, the trial system out here could have indicated something useful.
Yeah, look, I mean, Mountain Breeze has got to be given all the respect, but, you know, you're trying to find the fact that there's a lot of these fillies that we know plenty about, and we don't really know too much about La Senora.
Okay.
And I mean, La Senora's form here going into this is only this one trial. It was on the dirt here, but it was the manner in which the trial was, I guess, how she undertook the trial, first time out on the track. Look, Silvestre de Sousa didn't have to do too much on her in the trial. She was very, very hard held, and it was the manner in which she hit the line here. I mean, we'll see this the back end of this trial here as well. She's sort of tucked up in behind traffic, and I mean, look, it's going to be very, very hard to come out here and beat a horse that's got proven form and a filly that's been there and done that, and on the turf as well. But you'll see Silvestre de Sousa here mid-pack with the white cap on, and the horse just trucks to the line very, very well. I mean, I just had a look at the prices overseas at the moment. As much as 60 to 1 available for her, and 10 to 1 the place. I mean, what she's done here, I mean, there could be some ability and it could be an engine under the hood, and well, we just don't know. So, I mean, I think for people overseas, that's a decent enough price to find out. Yeah. And if you are looking at trying to take on Mountain Breeze, maybe her at top 3 for people overseas could be the value there in the race.
I like it. Interesting, they run her on the turf as well, given her turf pedigree. Ought to mention Octans, 4 from 6 in the native Spain, the best 2-year-old filly in Spain. But again, I think that the trainer's already given note of the fact that the form she's achieved is probably shy of what Mountain Breeze has.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I think she's certainly earned her place in this race, and will be competitive in some way, shape or form. But again, I think Mountain Breeze has got panels on these, and all things going well, should be winning this quite convincingly.
I'll stick with you. First running of the Moor Stakes might just go to Godolphin. Race 3, we'll move on. I thought this was quite an interesting race, actually. Run locally at 20 to 7. Exculpation is number 1, who's got weight to give away. Bernardo Pinheiro rides. Thought the horse was interesting. Estimra is number 4, who's got very strong form in the context of this race. You go down to Undefeated, who's another player. It's got a big 2 market field to this. There's Yuvraj, number 9, to complete the field. But it does have a bit of a big 2 field, I think, to this, courtesy of Estimra and Undefeated. They've already met back on the 6th of December, a race that you would have, of course, called. Do you think Estimra will beat Undefeated again?
Look, I mean, Estimra's probably got more upside. I think we'll see an improvement on this performance. But look, you can't knock Undefeated in the fact that I think it was a mile race, got beaten 11.5 lengths, but was, you know, no fault of the jockey, Andrew Slattery. I mean, the barrier just saw this horse sitting no better than 4 or 5 deep off a hot tempo in the early stages of the race. Covered a lot more ground, and the horse to stick on the way that he did, I mean, you'd be saying that Undefeated will come on from that event. So, look, I mean, I think the big question mark is that jump to 1,900 metres. I think we don't know enough as to whether or not these horses will stay a strong, still stay a strong 8.5 furlongs, but sorry, 9.5 furlongs. Sorry, but
I think that's the question.
I mean, that's the big part. That's the big question mark.
Because I guess the form there, splitting Heart of Honour and Golden Vekoma is the best about locally, but the distance is a question. I've got a sneaking suspicion that even with the £5 penalty, Exculpation is just going to gallop and gallop and gallop, and I want one who's going to get the trip on my side, and I think that's him.
Yep, no, I totally agree. I think that the getting the ground is going to be the biggest factor of the race. I mean, the market overseas gravitates towards Estimra, just with that second, I assume, those 2 seconds so far, but I mean, it's a more open race than the market's telling us for sure.
So tip is?
I'm with Estimra here, but it was a very low confidence event. I think there's too many unknowns, and I do side with you on the fact that I think maybe finding one that you think will see out the ground the most is the biggest factor you need to look for.
We'll just keep going. Probably needs 2 laps of the track. Anyway, we'll move on to race 4, and speed's the name of the game in this race for definite. The Dubai Sprint This is run over the Alcoz track and trip of 1200 metres on the straight grass. Abtrek is number 1, who's not been seen for a very long time. Bat 1, I'm sure the trainer Nicola Collery is on the crest of a wave still after what happened last week. Billy Webster, Echo Point, we'll be talking about. Emiratiana's back out quickly. Mikyas further down. He's nowhere near the horse he was 2 years ago, unfortunately. Rassas. Torrevega didn't run last week, does run this week. And the really interesting one is William Buick's second Godolphin Rider of the day. That is Romantic Style. But we're going to start with something a little more local, and the success last time out of Echo Style, who won, Echo Point, I should say, who won well, and I guess it's worth a go down in trip. It'll be a completely different discipline this time.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, it's going to be a test, that's for sure. I mean, the fact that he just had ideal cover through the early stages of the race and was peeled out. I mean, the ride was a big factor in why he was able to win the race in the event, and he had enough in the tank to sort of stave off a few of these closes. But, I mean, 85 to 105 up to listed company is a big jump. It's a big enough jump, and he's copped a bit of a whack there for that victory. So, yeah, look, I've steered against him here in this event. I just think that there's a couple of horses better weighted.
All right, let's have a look at Romantic Style, who was defeated, even though the international market had her as a banker when she was last seen in the Cape Verde a couple of weeks ago on the 17th of January. Twicia winning the race. The trainer, Charlie Appleby's come out and said, look, it was a messy race. They're inclined to have a go at something different. You look at her engine, you look at her breeding, and she's worth a go down in trip, and she could just be a sprinter masquerading as something that's been over further. Yeah,
I think she's a sprinter out and out. I think, 6-7 furlongs is what she's looking for, and I like the fact that she's not turning a corner this time around as well.
Yeah.
Takes bad luck out of the equation here. William Buick, I know 1200 might be a little on the sharper side, but she's certainly fit enough. And the fact that she's off the rating of 108 here, and as a filly comes in and gets a bit of a weight swing on a few of these and carries a kilo less. Yeah, I think it sets up for Romantic Style to win this race. And I mean, she's not going to get that the caterpillar-like crawl that we had. I mean, I haven't seen a field of any size, small or big, go that slow in an event. Not even over 2800, they haven't even crawled that slow. They were barely breaking 14 seconds there for a good chunk of those early parts of the race. I mean, it was it just didn't set up for her. I mean, Macau Barcelona won the race just racking and stacking them, and everyone followed suit, and it was costly to all of them.
One or two of these I don't think are as good as they were. I'm sure Emiratiana, I don't know whether they're working back from having another crack at Qatar. Batwan, who absolutely loves this track and trip, I just want to mention him, courtesy of that incredible shock last week. It was just that, but credit goes the way of the trainer, Nicola Collery with King Gold. Doesn't mean Batwan's going to go and win this week, but
no, but the stable's got these old gladiators that keep coming back. They've done plenty of stuff here, and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see a horse like Batwan turn back the clock and win a race. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm firmly in the corner of Romantic Style here. I think the conditions will suit her better. Even if William Buick keeps her out of trouble, I think she's got the ability to be winning this convincingly.
Lovely stuff. Right, race 5. We'll move on to the Dubai Creek Harbour handicap. It's run over 1400 metres, 7 furlongs. Oasis Boys, good horses, runs these days with Doug Watson's Yard. Streets Mood is number 2. Mashakal seems to have been around for years. Kanjar number 4. He wouldn't need an awful lot to drop right to be in the play. Straight and Level down to XL Power. Cartier number 8 goes for Julio Lascoaga. So not seen all that much of the horse this year. Further down, Magic Petition, Solid, Nayar, who's a pacey sort and want to get on with things. O'Knight's number 12. Gamekeeper, who won what was the race that never was a couple of weeks ago. Further down to It's a 10 from Len. I love that name. I really love that name. It just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Well, I hope I'm calling it to win, because that's who I'm with.
Oh, is it? There we go.
Look, it's a tough one. I mean, I might have egg on my face here in this event, but I mean, he's got a high rating. He's had a wonderful career thus far. His win back home 4 starts ago over 6 was nice. I mean, the dirt's a big question mark, and gate 15 is also a big question mark, but hopefully this horse has got enough speed early to, I guess, push on and not be caught 3 deep. I think that's going to be the big factor. Okay. 92 Raider, and comes in as a 3-year-old into this event with 53 kilos, carrying 8 to 9 kilos less than some other of the more seasoned dirt contenders up the top of the list. But I think the conditions suit for It's a 10 from Len to at least be competitive. And yeah, it's my long shot for the night. I'm taking a chance. So I think not many win from 15, Nick. Not many win. Only one since October 2017. But I'm hoping that that turns around.
It's a really glass half full approach, isn't it? Right.
That's all we're going with at the moment.
That's bottom weight and a handicap twice already today you're going to go for. So lightweights to win the day. We will have a look at Welcome Dream. Now, listening to your outstanding run through of the menu earlier, and Welcome Dream, you called that, well, he's been unlucky. He was in the Void race. It didn't go his way at the stalls 2 starts ago. And I guess when you get to see what he can do on the track, and this was that day, he's got real talent. He does. And I mean, my big question mark and wonder is what that does to his confidence. The fact that he's been to the gates. I know he's run. He only got 200 metres into that race before he was pulled out of the contest last time out. But I mean, he's had a lot go wrong his last couple of starts. I was very intrigued as to why Pat Dobbs has chosen to ride Nayar in this event over Welcome Dream. I mean, Nayar was very impressive last time out, so you can understand that. But I mean, I wonder if he saw the barrier draws now with Nayar in 13 and Welcome Dream in 6, whether or not he'd decide to switch back around again. Because I do agree. I think Welcome Dream's got a big chance if all goes right. But I mean, he's just had a shocking run of luck, hasn't he? Well, I don't want to give away the magic of television, but we broadcast off the big screen here, and there is a van that's just pulled up. Of all the it couldn't be more perfectly in the way of the screen, could it? Look, don't get me wrong, it's the biggest screen in the world. We can have a look over there and to the right. You can get it, but it just couldn't be more perfectly there. Anyway, we know the form, and we know a number of these met 4 weeks ago. Straight and level best of them on the day. Nayar was 5th, Kanjar 6th, who I think is going to run very well. Oasis Boy, he could really step forward. The van's very kindly moved, thank you. This form, how strong is it going into today?
Look, I mean, Oasis Boy was, you know, he's got a fair bit of ability. I mean, there's quite a few in this event, which I guess you can line the form up quite well. I mean, it's a decent enough race to be, I guess, you know, taking some respect out of. But I mean, I went against it. I looked for others. As a result, I thought there were stronger form lines. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those races. I mean, there's so many different form lines coming into this race. You've just sort of got to, I guess, take your pick on which one you give the most respect and stick with it. It's an open event. Again, another like that opening race, very low confidence. I think there's probably 7 or 8 horses in this race, Nick, that can win. Okay, it's a 10 from Len for Pat, and for me it was either Magic Petition or Kanjar, and I've come down on the latter that today could be the day for, so we shall see. It's a competitive race. Race 6 we're going to move on to. It is our feature race. It's an absolute cracker. This is the Dubai Millennium Stakes, sponsored by Mar Group 3, and it is named in honour of the late great champion, arguably the best World Cup winner there has been a quarter of a century ago, Dubai Millennium himself. Asasi's number 1. Number 2, Cairo, who once upon a time went off favourite for the UAE Derby. Dolaley's got it in the blood to win at Meydan. His mum won the Shima Classic. Hans Anderson, number 4. High Bank, unlucky last time, 5. Mozart, 6. Sean, sadly, doesn't run. C. Hector does, number 8. Over the page. Might not have mentioned the winner yet. We'll be finding very shortly. First Conquest. I can tell you he's over the page anyway. Let's have a look at the Zabil Turf back on the 3rd of January. Asasi, the miracle horse, and it was a really good interview by Laura King with Michael Costa earlier in the week, or whenever it came out, that I had no idea what this horse has actually been through in order to live, let alone be a racehorse. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you know, a lot of these horses we do see occasionally pop up that have had 800 days plus off the scene, and you know, for Asasi, it was it's an amazing story. Not only getting, as you said, not only surviving, but also getting back to the races and also being a winner at that as well. Yeah. So, you know, he's more special, doesn't it? Yeah, surely. I mean, 100%. I mean, he's a very exciting horse. I mean, that, you know, we've seen him go through the same progression as Kafaf through those early parts of the year. They started them off at Abu Dhabi. They worked them through there to get their fitness up. I think both of them have also had a run at Jebel Ali, and then they struck a track here at at peak fitness last time out. I still think Asasi's got enough in the tank fitness-wise to be still a threat in a race like this. Coming into this race here, he's got a middle draw. Ray Dawson stays on board, who's been partnering him the whole time, and good to see him rewarded with the ride here once again. I've got him as a potential chance in the event. I mean, he's already ticked the 2,000 metre box. He has to do it at Group 3 level this time around, but level weights, he's a top 3 player for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting play as well when we have a look at the form from the Lord North Handicap, which was won by First Conquest, who really did blitz them. I thought he was so impressive this day. C. Hector ran a cracker in second. Highbank was unlucky back in 13th, but sometimes you can just naturally gravitate to the horse that was unlucky in the run and think next time. But I'm inclined to let him run today, because I think, even though the weights are reversed here, I think First Conquest is just going to go and win.
Yeah, look, First Conquest, I think you'd assume will improve off this race. I mean, Gallen proved to be a bit of a tough test for C. Hector in the fact that, like, he hit the line really well, but Gallen came in, and as a result, Pat Dobbs sort of had to guide him off heels to eventually make his run at the line, and he was quite a ways back, and at the same time had every right to be underdone coming into this, first run in the country off his recent trip from Germany. And I think he is a horse that we'll see improve as well. I saw him during the week. He looks really good. He seems to have come through the run very well, and geez, it'd be interesting to see. When's the last time the colours of Mali Al Basti were in the winner's circle here at Dubai? It'd be a few years now. I don't think he's had as many horses in recent times, but yeah, it'd be very exciting to see C. Hector come out and win.
Yep.
And I think with the 3.5 kilo swing he's got towards him with First Conquest, I'm willing to take First Conquest on and go with C. Hector here in the event to win the Dubai Millennium Stakes.
I think that is perfect rationale. I guess my normal disposition is to try and take on the likeliest winner. But in this instance, First Conquest, I thought one like a group class animal, and then you go, Charlie Appleby's won this race 7 years in a row.
Yep.
So he tends to know. And I guess that's just the way I'm going to go with
100%,
it. So,
no, I agree.
Yeah,
I
he's
agree.
option A.
I think First Conquest is certainly the horse to beat. Look, I know the Crisford stable are also quietly confident with Highbank. They thought with the right race he could run a cheeky race in the event. Look, I think there's plenty of horses that have deserved their spot. I mean, Cairo's also another horse that's drawn a good gate tonight, and we'd love to see him come out and make a good contest. I think First Conquest is the horse to beat, but I think there's quite a few others that make a case to make it a good race.
Good work. Let's go to race 7. We're working our way to the tail end of the cards. The Imar South, which I think it's a tricky race. It really is. It's 2,200 metres on the dirt. Al Warith is number 1. Gun Crew, interesting runner. Guns and Glory, definitely that, and so too Truth Explained. Valdivia we'll be talking about in a moment or two's time. They go down to the likes of Inner Wisdom, who really hasn't had too much racing whatsoever. Tactical Bound is a horse for context, I really think, in this race, and Serena's Fame is going to have to lift the form and then some to get anywhere near the protagonist. This is a race you called back on the 13th of December. Valdivia, the winner from Al Mukhtar. I guess it's form of context. I don't necessarily fancy either of the front two. What about you?
Yeah, not really. I mean, we're talking about a 2,000 metre race here early on. Early enough in the season for these staying types that are probably looking to peak at this time of the year once we do get a few more of these races, and also for a bit more prize money. Look, I don't think it's too strong of a form race, and I didn't really give it too much attention. I mean, Valdivia, he's a bit of a plotter. He's just one of those horses that grinds away. He doesn't get any faster, doesn't go any slower. He just sits at one gear, and hopefully the horses in front start to slow down. So, I mean, I think from progression points, I'm very much in the corner here of Guns and Glory, and I mean we can go back and have a look at Guns and Glory's performance. That fourth placing last time out. This horse has had more rider changes than I've had hot dinners, and it's good to see that him get the same rider for back-to-back starts here. Tygo Shea stays on board. The more ground this horse gets, the better he's going to get. He's just an out-and-out stayer on the dirt, and 2,200 metres is what he's been looking for. I think he finally strikes the right trip here at the max distance at the course, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him hopefully put his best foot forward here tonight.
we've been, I apologise because I set you up, but we're incredibly dismissive of Valdivia Al Mukhtar, Tactical Bound. Guns and Glory doesn't strike me as a horse that just wants to win anytime soon.
Yeah.
I guess compared to last season, the rating and the best of the form suggests he's the likeliest winner. But again, I've been incredibly palming off everything going. But I think I just want to go with Truth Explained because that first run out here behind the sadly ill-fated Garcid was suggestive of a horse that probably can take a step forward where others are probably plateauing.
I mean, the Russian Group 1 domestic form is the big question mark. I mean, it got under the handicapper's guard last season with Kabir Khan.
Yeah.
This time around, we've seen a big influx of these Russian horses making their way here, horses that have done enough on their home soil that maybe at this time of the year that it's going to be, you know, when it gets cold, this is the place to send them. Look, I agree with you. I think Truth Explained, even though the margin didn't tell you that, I think he handled the track enough to be running a bold race here. I've got him in the numbers.
Okay.
He's actually my second pick behind Guns and Glory, and I respect your choice there. But I think Guns and Glory 2200 metres. Look, if he burns me today, it will never happen again. But I mean, I think he's finally out to his right trip here, and hopefully gets a hot enough tempo up in front to suit him.
So in conclusion, we can't wait for race 7. What a race! Highlight of the night. Race 8, let's finish it off now and be a little bit more positive. Jumeirah Guinea's trial, it should be a really good opportunity for Al Qudra, who is a very, very good racehorse and was a bit unlucky actually when only beaten 6.5 lengths in the Breeders' Cup, but his form at Woodbine, his form at Ascot stands him in very good stead to go and win this race. Al Manardi's number 2, Blue Burton, got lots to find. Number 3, Castle Gates, they're switching back to the turf, that should be a good thing. Desert Shadow, Halassan, stablemate of the favourite, likely his biggest threat as well. Nadawi and Sarhan, they're up against it. The Fingal Raven, well, the trainer loves him, Jamie Osborne. He thinks he could make a bit of a dent on the Godolphin hopes in the race, and Warbear is there as well. Let's have a look actually at the aforementioned Breeders' Cup Juvenile, won by Henri Matisse. And if you look at it in closer isolation, Al Qudra was a little unlucky and almost came down at a point, so mark him up.
Yeah, I mean, this form line compared to some of the other horses in this race, I mean, nothing's ever seen a race even close to this from a depth perspective and ability perspective. You know, you've
did well to stay. It's James Doyle, wasn't it? He did incredibly well.
Unbelievable. I mean, you go back to this horse. I had a chance to have a look through his replays. I mean, his 2-year-old season was quite impressive, wasn't it? I mean, you know, that was where we really saw him fire as a youngster, and you know, his last couple of starts have probably, you know, have dimmed a little bit on what we were expecting to see probably. But I mean, this conditions race, he comes in here, so many rating points are high. He should be carrying, he should be striking a few, like, you know, giving a couple of these horses in this race, you know, somewhere upwards of what, 20 pounds or something. I mean, as a result, I mean, he's just waited to win this event, and I think they've found the right race with him. I respect the Fingal Raven. I think, you know, they've got this horse finally going, and Jamie Osborne's confidence during the week was great. I mean, you know, it's great to think that there are trainers coming into this race that think that they've got a lucrative chance to sort of spoil the party here. But they're
going for the hood this time, aren't they? It's a different day, different distance. Have got the wherewithal from last time. And I think he'll be reasonably confident of maybe holding Halassan, because they were all beaten by Age of Gold this day, given the way that it played out, given the way that the Fingal Raven was ridden. I guess the unknown quantity is how much has Al Qudra progressed? Does he even need to progress that much over the winter in order to beat the rest of them? Yeah,
I know. That's the thing. I mean, at raw level, even at sort of 70 or 80%, you'd say that, you know, this race is set up for him to win, and the conditions are perfect. I mean, how often do we see, you know, these Godolphin runners coming in? They've got, you know, well over 100, and then they've just got these races are just perfectly marked out for them to be coming in and striking a field on level weights. I think for Al Qudra here, it looks a progression point more than than you know, a final target. I mean, this is just an opportunity for him to sort of set his sights on Meydan, have a look around the track, and hopefully build a bit of confidence for some bigger targets later on.
Yeah, Jumeirah Guinea's on Super Saturday, isn't it, as well, for the fillies and the colts, so we'll look forward to that. Take us through your 8.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's an interesting night, that's for sure. Look, as you said, I've gone a few down the bottom of the order here. Smart System off the ace in the first. Mountain Breeze should be winning the second. Estimra hopefully stays the 9.5 in the third. Romantic Style, I would have preferred 7, but I mean, this horse should be able to stay out of trouble this time around. Long shot for the night, It's a 10 from Len. Hopefully can get into a nice spot from 15 and show good early toe. See Hector in the 6th to spoil the party with First Conquest. Guns and Glory out to a suitable distance, and Al Qudra in the last should be winning.
We're only going to go for 3 together, and they're 3 of the 4 for Godolphin. Pipes and Drums, I'm going to...
We know what your favourite colour is. I don't think there's a non-blue horse there.
Pipes and Drums to make a successful transition to dirt racing in the UAE, we'll see. Mountain Breeze, she should be classy. Exculpation will just keep galloping. Romantic Style, Kanja, again, blue everywhere. First Conquest to win the Dubai Millennium Stakes and make it 8 in a row for that man, Charlie Appleby. The race of the night, I'm going to go for Truth Explained in that penultimate showstopper event, and Al Qudra to win the last. And really, just looking at them, Romantic Star, who could develop into the sprinter we might anticipate, and she could have that Super Saturday date. Mountain Breeze, ditto that. Al Qudra, the formula is there tonight to go and make your stamp, and then in 5 weeks' time we'll see you again.
Yeah, I mean that's the plan.
4 weeks' time, I beg your pardon.
I mean, I think a few horses tonight. We're really going to see a couple of runners that are just using these as, you know, proper stepping stones towards these bigger targets, and you just hope that luck does fall their way. I mean, you know, there's no spoils at the quotes overseas for some of these horses, but I mean, it's good to see good horses do good things and win well, and I think there are a couple here that we're going to see, you know, put their best foot forward here tonight, and we'll have some nice, clear-cut, impressive wins.
We are here in the Paddock Garden. Do come down to it. We're in anticipation, maybe, or hope rather than expectation, that Pizza Express are going to kindly offer us something. What would be your topping of choice?
Oh, you're gonna hate me.
Are you pineapple on?
Yeah.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, I'm a ham pineapple mushroom with extra anchovies. I'm a real sicko.
Jesus, like flavours that shouldn't go together,
yeah.
and.
But they do.
They do. They obviously do. There you go. I've had to warm up for Fashion Friday. I don't know if that's what you did this time last week.
And that's how to turn everyone else off their dinner who's tuning in before the first.
It is a bit. Come to the Paddock Garden. It's great. We will leave you. Good luck tonight. We will leave you with highlights from an excellent race night. One of the key race nights here at Meydan last week, Fashion Friday. It's Dubai Fashion Friday.
Quality right from the start.
Tonight we are looking for horses that potentially are going to throw down markers for the Dubai World Cup meeting.
This wonderful meeting underway. Fashion Friday. They swinging the bend in for home from DR. Deeper out on the track was First Class, and running along from the back as well, Jafar, but he's given them something to chase here. Richard Mullen on Unleashed, and Unleashed comes clear here. Baraka trying very hard to stay onto his place in the minors, and Canal de Foss doing the same, but this is all over. Round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge going to Unleashed. Dr. Jabba Batar continues on his great run here at Meydan this season. 4 lengths on the line.
Track record time from Unleashed.
The UAE 2000 Guineas, the first of our thoroughbred races, race 2 on the card.
On the back should have something to chase here as well. A few of these up front might stop. It's Rafid, the leader in the 2000 Guineas, gets to high season. Awab runs on here along with Golden Vacoma. Heart of Honour coming from a long way back but picking up good ground with Midnight Thunder and Royal Favour. Golden Vacoma the leader. It's up in front there by 3 lengths. Running on now, Heart of Honour, pegging back the margin quickly now. It's Golden Vacoma, needs the line. Heart of Honour tries very, very hard, but Golden Vacoma's done it again. Wins the 2000 Guineas by 2 lengths.
Golden Vacoma it is, who's won the UAE 2000 Guineas.
On the side they go.
14.32, 11.15, 10.87. Sartu increases the tempo. 3/4 of a length in advance of Danya down the side from Mysterious Knight, who travels well in behind. Marban the same. Make Me King tries to take closer order from Andreas Versalius. Fort Payne, Native Approach getting mobile now from the back. Sartu claimed now by Mysterious Knight on the inside as the gap opened up there for Barcelona. Marban presenting down out wider here from Danya. Then came Andreas Versalius and Fort Payne. It's Mysterious Knight. Marban on the scene big time here down the outside. Marban claims Mysterious Knight. Marban coming away here in the final stages of the race, and J-Max strikes gold early in Dubai.
We were talking about the Godolphin Blue, there you go, but the yellow of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed has done it. There's Laurel River.
To be honest with you, Tom, I think he looks absolutely brilliant.
It is a one-horse race here in the Firebreak Stakes. He's out by 8 lengths now. Cagliostro out chasing along with Artorias, running into it King Gold along with Crown Estate, but Laurel River continues to run along well. Inside the final furlong, he's out by 5 lengths. King Gold making good ground in the late bounds. Laurel River needs the line, getting tired. Here's King Gold on the scene, trying to spoil the party with Cagliostro. Laurel River, will he get there? Maybe not. Maybe King Gold in a thriller. King Gold has got there on the line to make it very interesting with Laurel River.
Well, as shocks go, you won't get many bigger than that. Laurel River, the Dubai World Cup winner, has been beaten on his first start out here.
Inside the 650 they travel, Pontos leads a long neck. Into second position, Desperate Hero keeps him honest. Then came Yakayaro from Logo Hunter. Mick Yass tracking into it along with Cover Up, followed by Freedom Fighter. Bill Heil just got up on heels there as Mick Yass fell in his lap. Westacre trying to run on. It's Pontos here who hits the lead and comes clear by 2 lengths. Bill Heil now making good ground along with Westacre, who's finding plenty. Westacre down the outside along with Cover Up. Pontos tries hard, but Westacre wanting to lay in a little bit, but Callum Shepherd straightens him up and away he goes. Wins the Blue Point Sprint in style.
He's a very fast horse and he loves this straight track.
Well, it's exciting, and what a season it could be. Well done.
Inside the 350 in the Al Maktoum Challenge, it's Bupat Seema 1 and 2, Walk of Stars, finding a little bit more here from Imperial Emperor in second, Karib, Factor Cheval making some good inroads in the late stages. Walk of Stars from Imperial Emperor here in the final stages of the race. Walk of Stars still with 2 lengths at bay, and it's back-to-back on-speed wins for Walk of Stars. Bring on the Saudi Cup.
An impressive performance from Walk of Stars there. He's a horse that's got his confidence up now.
They start to work their way down the side here. He's running his race very patiently. James McDonald, as measured time gets further in front. Poker Face was next from Ancient Rome. Then came Holloway Boy, last of all Royal Dubai. They've got to catch measured time. He's out by 10 lengths as they start to swing the bend here. Romantic Warrior now chasing down the leader. Ottoman Fleet was next from Poker Face. Holloway Boy runs on. Measured time, 6 lengths in front of Romantic Warrior, who's coming with big bounds here in the Jebel Hatta. Measured time, but here is the champ over from Hong Kong, the global racing sensation, a Dubai Group 1 champion.
Romantic Warrior has won the Jebel Hatta.
They tighten up really here while they come past the centre part of the course here, down the side of the 600-metre peg. Next was Drew's Gold, and out to the end there was Jungle Mate along with Morning. It's Tuz the leader. Maya Tells Felt 4, Colour Up, looks the biggest challenger here to the initial leader now. Then came Major Cinnamon, Drew's Gold, Jungle Mate, Eastern World. He hung in a little bit there, Tuz. Went a little bit of a wayward there, and Colour Up has ambled up the outside to challenge. It's Tuz from Colour Up. Tuz having to be very brave thereafter. A little awkward moment there at the 300. But now he finds the afterburners here. He's brutal power on 4 legs, this. Tuz goes on and bolts in the El Shindaga.
Tuz was pretty impressive once again. He's so dominant at the moment.
It It opens right up for J-Mac here. And in through comes Kafaf, running on from the back of the field. Goya Senora, along with King of Conquest, and from the back as well was Flying Honours. It's Kafaf. He's left vulnerable up in front. Fridwin tries. Deeper out, King of Conquest. An Epic Poet from the back. It's Kafaf from King of Conquest. King of Conquest trying to get on level terms. Kafaf staging off. 3 for J-Mac on Fashion Friday.
Well, pre-racing, delighted to be joined by Bernardo Pinheiro, who's got a very strong book, or a big book certainly, but a number of chances in there, sporting chances as well. How are things? First up, Bernardo, all well?
Yeah, everything good. Thank you very much for asking. Studying for the night, as you said, a big book ahead, so getting ready for that.
We ought to just rattle through a few of them. And Smart System in our first race, you're in the silks now. That run last time was quite good, wasn't it? Would a replication of that see the horse run well today?
Yeah, he's still a maiden horse, but the trainer passed me a lot of confidence, said the horse is being improving. It's a horse that is very fast from the gates, 6 furlong last time, suit him, he shows improvement. Today, 1 furlong extra, let's see how he goes. The advantage today, I have the gate, better one. So again, he's a fast horse. I use the draw to hold the position, first time visor, so hopefully for a good run.
In the 640, you're on Exculpation, who has form to find, but against a couple of the more likely winners perhaps. I think the extra distance is really going to suit him today. He'll keep galloping, won't he?
Yeah, he's a big, long stride horse. He showed that in the winning in Jebel Ali. I think the distance extra, you help him a lot. Last time I was a bit unlucky. I was squeezed from the jump, so he get very far back in a big field, and he still run fourth. So, of course, he's the winner of the race, only winner, so he has the extra kilos. It's make a big difference on the distance as well. But again, I think the distance won't be a problem for him, and it's a question mark for the others. So let's use this advantage.
You've got rides in the feature races. In the sprints, you're on Torre Vega, who was taken out last week, has had a couple of runs on the dirt, has won on the dirt, but on the European form, this is a really good grass animal, isn't it?
Yeah, the yard has a couple of new horses. This is, for me, one of the excited ones. He has been improving so fast and acclimatized so quick since he arrived. He's been doing very well. He won first start up. Last time we stepped back on the short distance. I think 5 furlong was too short for him up to the hill. He came back to the 6, the distance where he won. First time on the turf, as you said here, but I think by his form in Europe, it won't be a problem. So very excited race for him.
And I want to mention Dolele. It's still early days over here, but he's bred for it. His mum won the Shima Classic out here 10 years ago down here, and his form on grass in Europe is outstanding, or was very good. Can he maybe run a bit above expectation in the Dubai Millennium?
Yeah, definitely. He's a very big horse. He came back very late for the yard this season. Some horses, when they come new, they just need time to acclimatize, to get into the UAE racing pace. It's such different as Europe and France, especially where he came from. So he's been improving each race. I think he's still not 100%, but I see a lot of improvement from the last run. So we're expecting something better for today.
And lastly, we were just touching on this. I follow you on Twitter, X, and I always comment on the fact that your profile puts out your rides wherever that might be in the world, be it in Singapore, be it at Meydan. These are the rides that I'm looking out for today, nice graphics and so on. Is that something you like to do or like to push so that people are aware of where you are and what you're doing?
I got into the social media by my wife. She's the biggest support on that, and she do the hard work. Of course, I help her out, but she's the main head behind this. And this is part of my CV, part of my work. I have been riding everywhere in the world, so I have followers and friends everywhere. People texting me, where's your rides, the dates, the times. So it's the calendar of each race day makes easy and simple for all the friends, family, and supporters follow up. She do all the good job on that, and we push in all the social media.
Okay, well, hopefully you're going to get a few more followers after today as well. Maybe a winner or two as well. Bernardo, thank you for talking to us. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Of the saddling enclosure, the pre-parade ring, as we take in a number of the runners, and there are a lot of them, for our first race, which is a 1400 metre handicap. It's the Oasis by Imar handicap, and it's run on the dirt, and this is number 4. This is Maputo, who's got a wide draw in 15. That's not ideal, but was a winner 2 weeks ago at Jebel Ali, and actually in isolation was quite impressive that day. Went up 9 ratings points, and it's got form to turn around with a couple of these from when they met back in December, but in truth a replication of that run would see this horse, who's clearly in very good heart, go well. Quick look at number 7 if we can. That's good old Davy Lamp, who is lesser spotted these days, only twice raced this season and hasn't run at Meydan in 2 years. He hasn't won a race of any kind in 3 years, so he's got to prove it, see where he is ability wise. 8 is Sikorsky, who's another coming off a long absence, not seen since March, chasing home stablemate Meso Tinto in a 1200 metre maiden here, but his form suggests that really today's trip should be better. And I want to finish with number 1, who's just on the far side there. That's Pipes and Drums, who's a newcomer to the UAE. Looks well. He's left the Gosdens and joined Salem Bin Gadai, a 4-race maiden in the UK. have gelded him. He's since transferred for 30,000+ guineas. It's the dirt's debut, but it's in the blood to do it on the dirt, given the fact that his half-brother Gold Town won twice on the dirt, including 7 years ago the UAE 2000 guineas. So there you go. Welcome to the UAE, pipes and drums.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on course here to Meydan for this wonderful meeting. 8 races about to get underway here, and the runners are heading down the tunnel into the parade for our first event. Full field of 16 and one of the more open contests of tonight's program, but great racing from start to finish and under beautiful racing conditions. Clarity at an all-time high here in Dubai this evening, and the weather is perfect as well. Runners making their way to the parade here for race number 1 on the card. We race for 165,000. All sponsored to you tonight by Imar. This one, the Oasis, over 7 furlongs. So runners are making their way into the parade here. We're going to kick through these quite quickly, as we do have quite a few horses to get through. And we head to our first runner. That is number 1, Pipes and Drums. 61.5 kilos here off the rating of 75. He's the new influence to the race, coming in with some European 4 lines. Last time beaten 3/4 of a length at Newmarket. That was over the mile on the turf. So the Dirt A question mark has got some all-weather form at Kempton Park, but the son of Ravens Pass looks to make his presence felt here in his UAE debut. Number 2, Atlantic Sky, the son of Shamadal, Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson combine. A wide draw here, but he's really come to the fore since making his way across to the yard. He's had the 2 runs at Jebel Ali, back here to Meydan. Last time out here at the track, he was 4.5 lengths off his stablemate in Naya. A good performance, and he's rock hard fit. 3 is King's Fountain, the son of Tudan Hot, Connor Beasley, Ahmed bin Hamish, beaten a distance last time out on the dirt here over the track and trip. He drops back slightly in class here to an easier contest, but gets a little bit more weight as a result. Well, he never really runs a bad race around this company. Maputo was finally able to break through last time out to the races. He should take confidence from that Jebel Ali victory, and back to Meydan, we should see him at his best. Well, Meydan's proof that age is just a number. He's been an impressive runner over the journey. 6 wins and 12 minor placings from his 46 starts. The now 10-year-old saddles up here once again. Jim Crowley rides off the rating of 74. Scandinavian mare in Miss Windtown has probably not had the start they were hoping for, albeit in stronger races than this. Dropping back into the easiest contest so far for the campaign here in the Middle East. And the rise in distance should be a plus. Seven, Derby Lamp, Carlos Enrique for Rashid Borsley. Draws wide on the course, has been a little bit behind in his recent starts. Maybe 7 furlongs, and a more sedate tempo in the run might see him be a little bit more electric on the back end of his runs. Ada Sikorsky, he'll spot the red cap here for Bupat Seema and Mr. Saeed Sultan Al Rahumi. Andrew Slattery rides, rating 73 for the entire. He was second in a maiden last time out. Still hasn't broken the maiden tag, but finds a winnable race here if he puts his best foot forward. Nine, Trip to Rome, the son of Holy Roman Emperor. He's drawn an impossible gate here in 16. No horse has won from this gate in years and years over this track and trip. So that's going to make the job for Trip to Rome a little harder. Richard Mullen rides here for Osama Rafai. Fall of Rome's last start at Jebel Ali was encouraging enough after the flat-out fail 2 starts before at Sharjah. He comes back here to Meydan. Last time at this track, he was beaten a half length by Al Deja, albeit over much longer distances. He drops back here to his shortest trip for quite some time. 12 is Camden, also draws wide for Salman Al Sabri. Ray Dawson rides off the rating of 71. He's a sprinter, stepping up in trip here, but he has seen the dirt over the 1,400 metres at Meydan 2 starts ago, albeit in stronger company. He was beaten the distance. Well, Dukedom found the right grade of race last time out over 1200, and he drops to even easier company this time around. Certainly a horse that could fire here if he gets the right run, and the trip out to 1400 metres, the extra furlong here for tonight's race, should be only a plus for him. Booking of Ardru de Vries is very encouraging as well. 14 Gliding Bay, a little wide on the course here for his draw. Sandro Paiva rides for Ismail Muhammad, who trains and owns the runner. Royal correspondent for Local Creator Racing, Masaba Al-Maheri, Silvestre de Souza. Last start in maiden company at Roscommon, beaten 2.5 lengths by Alto Sax. He comes here and hopefully will be able to take to the dirt well here in his first run in the UAE. And Smart System, the gelding by the Factor, draws the ace, was quite impressive enough on speed last time out in a stronger company race. He drops in grade slightly here, out in distance, and should be giving a sight from the front here. Smart System, one of our final horses to take a look at. And here's our final horse in Hawayel. Royston French and Omar Darag combine here for Mr. Amin El Noor. First time around Meydan after 2 runs at Jebel Ali at this trip as well of 1400 metres. Runners heading to the tunnel here for race number 1 of 8. This one, the Oasis by Imar, for 165,000 dirham to open the program.
Couple of chances in our opening race for Doug Watson and chances throughout the night. But Doug, thank you for joining us. I want to reflect on last week. It was a massive night, Fashion Friday. How is Kabir Khan after last Friday?
Great. He came out of the race in good shape. His last 2 runs, he's had a lot of that kickback. It's a different kind of kickback than a lot of places. It just doesn't seem like he likes it too much and kind of loses concentration. So we're working with him at the gate. He's going to need to break a little better and get a little more forward and keep out of that. So yeah, very disappointing, but you know, it was his first race in 10 months. So
is there an intended next start already?
He'll go to the 3rd leg of the Maktoum Challenge.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. So we'll see, hopefully get him back right there. Colour up each and every time he runs, sees the backside of Tuz eventually, but he's getting closer to it.
He is, yeah. He's a super horse. He's one of the most consistent horses we've ever had. I just said to you there that Tuz is a large ATM and we're a smaller ATM. They just keep running big races. We can't quite get to them, but they both are doing well for themselves.
Look, you've got loads of chances on the day, but just the appraisal of the 2 in this race, I think is probably the way to look at it.
Yeah, bad draw for Atlantic Sky, but he's run well every time we've run him this year. Had a nice run from a bad draw here last time he ran here. Meydan, back to the track that he kind of likes a little better than Jebel Ali, and can sit for their box seat, and we just hope he doesn't get there too soon. He kind of pulls himself up, but both in good form at home, and we'll see.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Welcome along to the parade ring at Meydan, where it is time, ahead of the first race, to present Best Turned Out. And delighted to welcome up, for the first time of 8 races, Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising, who is going to be presenting the sum of 650 dirham to the groom responsible for number 8, Sikorsky. And well done indeed, given this horse hasn't been seen for nearly a year. So well done to Ram Badur Pal. 650 all yours. And thank you to PHI Advertising. Well, it's a ridiculously competitive way to start the day. 8 races today. This is certainly one of the bigger fields, and on the international markets, it's wide open. This is one of the likelier players, though, certainly according to those markets. Maputo under Tygo Shea, who last week was winning on Walk of Stars, Group 1 success. And it's, of course, a big battle for the jockey's title with Conor Beasley, but one that Tygo Shea certainly won in isolation 12 times. He's got Maputo here, and we saw that horse in the parade ring, the pre-parade ring and the parade ring. He has got a wide draw, which isn't ideal, but I loved the way that he won at Jebel Ali. And he got hit with a pretty large ratings rise, but as a consequence of the performance. So Maputo could be on the up, and he's got form to turn around from when he met one or two of the others back in December, but he could well be finding more. That is Maputo. Number 3 is next. That is King's Fountain, who is the first horse I'm going to mention on the day who was involved in that voided race a couple of weeks ago. Indeed, the winner, inverted commas, of that race runs a little bit later, King's Fountain, who showed a fair bit of ability since coming out here from Andrew Balding, remains a maiden, but King's Fountain under title aspirant Conor Beasley could be a big player in this. Horse number 3 is King's Fountain, as could be Atlantic Sky. And our thanks to Doug Watson, who kindly shared his thoughts on one of his players here, Atlantic Sky, who's another with a wide draw in 13. He's been kept busy this season, albeit without winning. Ran really quite well here a few starts ago. When things actually didn't go his way, still finished second. The sole win came in a dirt maiden over this track and trip 3.5 years ago. He's got form to reverse with Maputo, but he could go all right. That is Atlantic Sky, who's been pretty consistent this term. Meydan, who is the stablemate of Atlantic Sky. This is a 10-year-old now, Meydan, and he actually won what was this race last year, or on this card anyway. Flashes of ability this season, but perhaps that little bit vulnerable to the younger legs. First of a couple of rides on the card for the former UK champion jockey, Jim Crowley, in those distinctive blue and white of Shadwell. Let's have a look at the tail enders, certainly numbers-wise, maybe not chance-wise. Royal Correspondent, number 15, is a UAE import, and now goes to Musaba El Mahiri. Hasn't been seen since May of last year. Left the Ray Cody yard in Ireland. Very lightly raced in the native island. Dirt debut here, 30,000 guineas to switch. Has it to prove, but is an unknown quantity up against some of these locals who we see fairly frequently. 16, Smart System. Good second here 3 weeks ago. And Bernardo Pinheiro sharing his thoughts on this horse. He likes him. So does our commentator as well, Pat Comerford. Not just a great race caller, but a good tipster as well. And he fancies Smart System in this race. This horse could go okay. He's got the draw in 1 to show the pace. And Pipes and Dreams, who's got the misfortune of being my selection. It's a first up run out here. He's from a very good family, which have done well on the dirt. UAE Guineas winner a few years ago, Gold Town. So first start on the dirt, but it could be a good switch. So the loading process underway for our first of 8 races today. A lovely switch between the dirt and the turf and back again. We've got group race, Dubai Millennium Stakes to look forward to later, and the Godolphin Cavalry coming into town. Horses like Mountain Breeze, horses like Romantic Style, and of course First Conquest, all to look forward to. But our first race today, a very competitive 1400 metre out on the dirt, and the action to be described by Pat Comerford. All yours.
Thank you very much, Nick. Looking forward to kicking off the event here with a nice big field, as we welcome those on course and those tuning in at home for the first of our 8 races here from Meydan. Here's Royal Correspondent, one of the horses bringing some new form lines as he makes his UAE debut. Here's Camden, Pipes and Drums, another new element to the form here for this upcoming race. The Oasis by Imar, our sponsor for the evening. We thank them for their sponsorship here. Really great night of racing coming up. The inaugural running of the Moors Stakes, honoured after a great filly and mare who did some wonderful things for Godolphin over the journey. And later on as well, one of the greatest horses to ever spot the Royal Blue in Dubai Millennium. And we'll see if Charlie Appleby's able to take out his 8th Dubai Millennium Stakes this evening, a race that has been very, very good to the barn. Coming up into line is Sikorsky. Trip to Rome has loaded away up on the outside in the colours of Mr. Syed Hashish. Here's Smart System, the inside. Comes up into 1, and Jim Crowley will be the last to be brought forward here on Meydan. The final horse, 1400 metres, and we have 16 runners. Nice big field to kick off the night. Set now. And away we go. They all got their fair start. Pipes and Dreams the slowest, if any. Good speed out wide from Camden. Trip to Rome was working forward along with Fall of Rome, Smart System and Sikorsky. Then came Royal Commission, followed there by King's Fountain and Meydan. Next there was up on the inside, Pipes and Drums, getting mobile now the inside. A length and a half back to Maputo from Derby Lamp. Next in running there was Dukedom along with the Trip to Rome. Miss Wintown 4th to last from Gliding Bay. Then came next in running was Atlantic Sky, and out to the end was Hawayel. So off the back they travel. 13.60, 10.55, and it's Smart System from 1 who's going to work through to the lead. Going up in the front now by a length and a half from Pipes and Drums, who recovers to get into a forward spot. Royal Correspondent was 3rd and 3 wide, being worked upon from Meydan. Then came Fall of Rome, King's Fountain, Camden. Next was Sikorsky, Maputo, Derby Lamp from Atlantic Sky, and best of the rest was Dukedom. Rest of these can't win as Smart System straightens up, following the rail home, making every post a winner, wanting to hang in a little bit. Pipes and Drums starting to level up the outside and challenge with Derby Lamp, King's Fountain and Meydan. It's still Smart System though, finding Smart System though with 3 lengths in hand from Derby Lamp, who's out chasing with big runs, and from the back as well Maputo. Smart System all out up in front, but has got enough in hand, and Smart System from 1 goes all the way. Gate to wire in the opener, 2.5 lengths from Derby Lamp. Atlantic Sky rattled home into 3rd from King's Fountain, Maputo. Next over was Sikorsky from Meydan, Pipes and Drums. Then came Dukedom, Miss Wintown, Fall of Rome, Gliding Bay. Next over, Trip to Rome from Royal Correspondent, Camden. And the last 2 home there in running were Hawayel and Camden at the back there also. Smart System. Plan comes off from the inside gate, rolls forward from the front. Bernardo Pinheiro, he's one of the great front-riding riders here as well. He wins on so many from the front here, and he's done that here aboard this one for Ali Al-Badwawi. Put the riding on the wall last start, and he's gone on to record a nice win. 3 1/4 lengths by 1.5, 16 in the frame. Beats home the 7, 3 and 2, race 1.
Tip. Great tip, Pat Comerford. He really fancied this horse, and an excellent ride, as Pat articulated there by Bernardo Pinheiro, who we were lucky enough to speak to prior to racing, and he certainly wouldn't have put you off the chances of this horse we rode back on the 10th of January. 3 weeks ago, when finishing a big price second on the international markets behind Bark Al Emirat. But what a good display that was. showed good speed from 1, got up to control things, and that's how things stayed as well. And I think he's actually jinxed a little bit, almost collided with the running rail at a point, but it hasn't stopped him. He had the momentum off the bend to slingshot and go and win. And Bernardo, whose wife, as he said, does his social media and puts up his rides for all to see. They'll have seen this horse as the first one of the day. And the first one has gone in. Bernardo Pinheiro guarding Smart System's success over Davy Lamp, who's run well to emerge best of the rest out of the pack. Davy Lamp, who's lesser spotted these days, and as mentioned, hasn't run at Meydan in a good couple of years, hasn't won in years, but the way that he's run, there's a bit of fire in the belly. King's Fountain, he grabbed third from Atlantic Sky and Maputo, horses that know each other, and to a degree you can sort of relate the form. Pipes and Drums is the interesting one. He's finished 7th in the end, and a tired 7th, but it was his first run in the UAE, first run on dirt. He missed the break, tried to make up ground, did make up ground, seemed to do it easy, and on the turn for home I thought he might pick up Smart System before maybe he just got that little bit tired. Might be worth trying over 1200, but that's a promising start despite finishing 7th. Smart System it is for Bernardo Pinheiro, who's got big rides to come, who's won the first.
Numbers in the Oasis by Imar: 16, 7, 3 and 2, 16, 7, 3, 2. Margins 2 3/4 by 1 1/4. Those margins updated slightly. 16, 7, 3 and 2. Smart System has come home the winner here, your unofficial winner of race number 1.
When I look for him, he's still having the tank.
Thank you.
Good job, Bernardo.
Thank
Well
you.
done, buddy.
Really good display to win our first race, Smart System, in the colours of Semen Boyrov. For the trainer, Ali Al-Badwawi, it proved wise to back Bernardo in the first. Your winner of race 1 tonight here at Meydan is Smart System.
Have something. I was pushing him tight when I whipped him. He opened up. Thank you very
much. It's the second interview I've done today, both with the same person. Bernardo Pinheiro, who talked pre-racing. He's going to talk after the success of Smart System. Well done, that was on social media, your first ride, you told us all about it, and it went well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, as a trainer advised me, and I told you before, you know, he's a maiden, been improving. Last time he showed the improvement. Today he got a better gait. The furlong extra was a question mark, but in the same while was good because the race don't have the same speed as the 6, so gave me an opportunity to make a soft lead, let him breathe in the turn. When I look for him in the straight, he's still having the tank.
Is there more, therefore, to come from this fella, given the fact that there's not always going to be the same sort of setup of race or the same gate, but can he be capable, whatever the scenario?
Yeah, for sure. You know, last time he ran the handicap was a bit higher than that already. So I think he stepped a couple of points in the handicap. Won't be a problem to be competitive up class as well.
Right, we spoke about your other rides, so I don't want to touch on them, but that's 20 now for the season, isn't it? Which puts you right in there, the top 5 or thereabouts. How happy are you with the way it's going this season?
You know, I just blessed this season, you know, and I had new contracts, new connections. So I was good, you know, it's just bringing me confidence, you know. Since I arrived here in UAE, I have been growing step by step, season by season. My results are better and better. The new contracts show that, you know, I'm very happy, especially also if you see the number of rides I have during the season. It's just saying that more and more training requests my riding scale, so it's just make me feel good, you know.
Keeping your wife busy all the tweeting. Well done indeed, Bernardo.
Thank you very much.
Okay, trophy time for the first. It was the Oasis by Imar Handicap, and it was won by great star by Smart System. We've just heard from the winning jockey. Time now for the presentation. Welcoming up Executive Director of Imar, and thank you very much in advance, coming up 8 times today. This is the first of them, Mr. Ahmed Al-Matrouji, who is very kindly going to be presenting the winning prize. And that prize goes to the winning owner, who along with trainer Ali Al-Badwawi will be going up to collect the prize. So please show your appreciation for the owner of Smart System, Mr. Semem Boyarov. This is the second race, the 6:05, and it's the Moor Stakes, and it's run in honour of a really, really good race mare of a few years ago, not even a few years, a couple of years since she won the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket, the Moor Stakes. She was the winner of the QE2 Challenge Cup at Keeneland, dual winner here, and just touched off in the Breeders' Cup Mile, so she's honoured with this race. And appropriate enough, Godolphin filly, albeit for Side Binsura she was, Godolphin have got a very strong hand in this, and their representative is Mountain Breeze, number 5, who's trained by Charlie Appleby, and she's the first ride of the night for William Buick, and William Buick really has got a very, very strong hand tonight. Mountain Breeze, she brings in excellent European form. Her seconds in the Duchess of Cambridge, and then really the Sweet Solera at Newmarket. They're high-level performances. Running second to Lake Victoria, subsequent Group 1 winner, that's right up there as the best form around. She's not been seen since beating in a Canadian Grade 1 at Woodbine in September. She disappointed that day, but perhaps being caught wider than ideal didn't allow her to give her running. Her stablemates in this division, the likes of Verse of Love, Desert Flower, Charlie Appleby, 3-year-old fillies, could be a very good year. Mountain Breeze, the first of them to flex her muscles. Let's have a look at number 6. She's the wonder from Spain. This is Octans. She's a star in the native land as well. Daughter of the Grey Gatsby. She doesn't look like her dad. 4 from 6 in Spain. She's considered the best 2-year-old filly out there. But how her form stacks up with, say, Mountain Breeze, we'll find out. 7 is Parisian Beauty from Spain to Paris. Wouldn't let the main picker connections. She's been on the dirt this season. They're now switching to the grass, which she is bred for, admittedly. La Senora, number 3, as we go back. Pat Comerford had his eagle eye on the dirt trial. There you go. It's almost like she acknowledged the fact we're talking about her. She was second in a dirt trial a few weeks ago, but she did catch the eye. This is her debut. I guess on pedigree, it would suggest dirt will be the way forward. She's by Connect out of a Candy Ride mare, but while she hasn't got form like Mountain Breeze, she hasn't got any form, it did get tongues wagging, that trial, so we shall see. Any others to pick out as Mountain Breeze goes by? Parisian Beauty we've done, 3, La Senora we've had a look at. Let's finish with number 8 over on that far side. That's Pocket Phone. I say finished, there's one more I want to have a look at. There's 3 pirouettes in front of us. But 8 Pocket Phone, switching to the grass for the first time, quite well held on the dirt, but on pedigree it's a good switch. And let's finish with La Hakpa, number 4. Good filly in France, so we've got British representation, Spanish, French. The world comes to Meydan, or Europe. Group placed at the end of last season. She wasn't actually embarrassed in a Group 1 on Arc Day. Pre-Marcel Boussac. She brings her high level, actually. Yann Barbado, the trainer, ran Goya Senora here last week, who went okay. I think they're all going to be playing for scraps if Mountain Breeze is as Mountain Breeze was last summer. But this is now the first run at 3, and we'll see how they get on. It's the Moor Stakes up next.
And welcome back to the parade here for the second event on the card. We get excited for our fillies race. Some nice talent here stepping out for their next performance. Some of them, their first performance here. All of these runners very early in their careers and also campaigns as well. Let's head to our first horse. And that first horse is Nana's Diamond, coming into this event, hoping to run a solid race here for Alice Haynes. Ray Dawson does the riding here. Off the rating of 87, draws a little wide in 10. Was beaten a distance by Symbol of Honour last time out on the turf, stepping up slightly in trip. Number 2, Flamer Sunshine, makes its turf debut, has had the 3 runs already so far and dropping back in trip off that last start performance. Has got speed to burn. We'll be interested to see how the form stacks up heading onto the turf here. A bit of an unknown here, but certainly deserves respect, having already able to pick up a win so far in its career. Flamer Sunshine for Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. La Senora, the debutante here for Local Creator Racing, Silvestre de Souza, coming into this race here as a new performer and a debutante. The 3-year-old filly by Connect has had a good run of it so far, with some nice performances catching the eye at the trials, albeit on the dirt. She's an unknown quantity in the race, coming up against proven performers. Number 4 is Lakpa, the French filly by Siuni for Jan Barbaro, Ben Cohen and Everest Racing. She's a very lightly framed filly. Comes into this with a nice record so far. 2-time winner over in France. Has been able to pick up 2 nice victories. That last one coming at Deauville over the 1,500 metres. She's the most winningest horse here in the event, having won those 2 races there, along with Octans. Comes in with a nice overseas record that she would very much like to keep intact. Five is Mountain Breeze, looks the horse to beat, also a 2-time winner. Those wins came early in the career, has been stepping up against much stronger group company in recent starts. Drops well back in class for this and has the form on the board to suggest she's going to take a power beating here. Octans, the classiest filly in Spain, has made its way across here to the UAE. The daughter of the Grey Gatsby for Guillermo Arizcareta, and Vaslav Janacek steps out here looking to go 3 on the bounce here after taking out its last 2 races. This runner has really stunned with 6 starts, 4 wins and a second, and has to back that up against international competition here in her UAE debut. Seven is Parisian Beauty. Lorenzo Puzzulu combines with Bhupat Seema. They opt the claimer here. Mr. Nasser Asker. The filly draws an inside gate. 2 starts so far and beaten a distance on both occasions. Pocket Phone is the filly by Al Manzoor. Bhupat Seema and Richard Mullen combine. Also beaten a distance in the only 2 starts to date, both on the dirt. Will be interesting to see how the horse translates that form across here to the turf tonight. Salsabil Princess has already made her way out onto the course here. Pat Cosgrave for Bhupat Seema has had the 3 starts now. Only second placing was at a local start in Russia before making her way across here to the UAE, but steps onto the turf here for the first time also. Number 10, Secret Combination. Hopefully she can improve on her first up performance. That was on the dirt. We'll see how she goes on the turf here. Secret Combination for Jamie Osborne and Audrey de Vries here in race number 2. That's our look at the runners here for the second event, the Moors Stakes, the inaugural running for the fillies. Over 1,400 metres and the runners head out onto the course.
Really pleased to be joined by Guillermo Azcarreta, who is the trainer of Octans, who's already a winning trainer at the Carnival this year, just a few weeks on from Thundering, who will come to. Guillermo, lovely to speak to you. She's considered the best 2-year-old filly in Spain last year, Octans. How are we going to see her first up as 3-year-old at Meydan?
Well, she did very well in Spain last year. She won 4 races. And well, it's a bit hard to assess the Spanish form against the others, but we like the filly and we'll see where we are today.
How's she enjoyed her time since she came? She came in mid-December, so she's had a month and a half to acclimatise?
Yeah, she's doing very well here. She loves it. She's starting to look a bit better as well. So I imagine Godolphin filly will be hard to beat,
yes,
but I hope she runs well.
On the topic of horses you've had out here, Thundering was a winner a few weeks ago, which must have been a massive moment. What is next for him?
Thundering, he should run next Friday if he gets in a handicap, over a mile and a half.
Has he done well since his last race?
Yeah, he's loving it here. He's better and better. So
like the trainer?
Yeah, the same.
It's never too bad. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Best turned out time ahead of race number 2, and welcoming once again to the podium our CEO for PHI, if they're advertising, PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Essa, who is kindly presenting the winning prize of 650 dirham. Plenty of people enjoying it, and the moment captured for posterity as well. 2, our winning groom, Mohammed Rafiq, responsible for horse number 4, Lakpa. Thank you indeed to PHI Advertising. So all eyes on the first of the night in the Godolphin Blue for William Buick. He's got Al Qudra all the way in the last race. First conquest in the Dubai Millennium in the good sprint, romantic style. And in this first race of his rise, Mountain Breeze, who last year was one of the best 2-year-old fillies in Britain. And certainly in the mid part of the summer when she chased home Lake Victoria. Second in the Sweet Solera. That form is right up there. And yes, she's not been seen since beaten in a Canadian Grade 1 at Woodbine in September. Maybe things didn't go completely right that day. She is the top rated, and Godolphin seek to win the first ever running of the Moor Stakes. Lakpa, who is the best turned out award winner, she's already a winner. They'll be pleased if she can supplement that with success in the race itself. Good filly in France, group placed at the end of last season, and considered good enough to run in a Group 1 as well, which she certainly wasn't disgraced in on Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe Day. Jan Barbaro back for more after Goya Senora ran okay last week. That is Lakpa. This is number 6. This is Octans. The trainer saying she's acclimatised well. Guillermo, who we just spoke to, thanks to his time, and she's a very nice filly in Spain. How her form stacks up against the Mountain Breeze, how much she'd need to find, we're about to find out. But she's 4 from 6 in the native Spain, daughter of the Grey Gatsby, and considered the best 2-year-old in her homeland. But this will be a different test out here at Meydan for the first time.
Thank you very much.
This is number 10. This is Secret Combination. Pat Comford's very keen to get going, and rightly so. Race like the Moor Stakes. Secret Combination for the connections of Heart of Honour. Debut winner at Chelmsford in November. I thought she was quite impressive that day and sent off favourite for the UAE debut last time. And the Shahama, she really did weaken out of it. But Jamie Osborne saying that she's moderate on the dirt, but she's been working well on the grass. I think he's ready. Pat, all yours.
Thank you, Nick, very much. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of more to come forward. Flame of Sunshine, Nana's Diamond to load away. And what we said here for the inaugural running of the Moor Stakes. Set. And away we go. Well, she was very quick out of the stalls here, Mountain Breeze, and she's going to get it to her own liking up in front here, but she lets the speed go out wider. Lakpa was away fast as well. Nana's Diamond up in that first few, along with the Spaniard in Octans. Then came Parisian Beauty, followed by La Senora, Pocket Phone to its outside, spotting the lead 5 or 6. Next was Secret Combination from Flame of Sunshine, and it was 4 lengths back to Salsaville Princess. Lakpa's eventually going to take the running to its own liking up in front here and tries to slacken the tempo out of the race here, though, Ben Cohen, and Nana's Diamond's having none of it. Keeps them rolling here on the outside off the fence. Box seating in third was Mountain Breeze, then came Octans, Parisian Beauty, and 3 back, 1 out was Pocket Phone from La Senora. Secret Combination, Flame of Sunshine, Salsaville Princess. Mountain Breeze is now able to extricate off the fence as a gap opened up, and Buick brings the filly to the outside, but has to run down Nana's Diamond and Lakpa, who lead by a length now. Then came Octans from Parisian Beauty, running on La Senora, along with the deeper route Secret Combination. Look at the filly here in the royal blue. Mountain Breeze cruises up to them. Lakpa cannot do any more. Octans runs on with Nana's Diamond, but she is a different class here. Takes out the inaugural Moor Stakes, does Mountain Breeze, and does it in a hand canter. 6 lengths on the line, easy as you like. Octans second over from Lakpa. 4th over was Secret Combination. La Senora settled for 5th from Parisian Beauty. Salsaville Princess, Nana's Diamond didn't have enough in the tank there in the final 400 to keep going on. Flame of Sunshine, maybe back to the dirt next start, joined by Pocket Phone at the back of the field. Race shape panned out perfectly for her as well. Nana's Diamond probably ended up being a blessing in disguise there as well. Ben Cohen wanted to take the slack right out of the race, but Ray Dawson kept him honest to the outside, and well, that stretched them right out, and out popped William Buick on Mountain Breeze. She got a beautiful cart into the race off the box seat, and it was all over very, very early as they straightened up for home. She's a nice horse on the rise, Mountain Breeze, and that's her third win, the filly by Lope de Vega.
Yeah, on the figures and what her form looked like last year, she was entitled to win this. That was impressive. And I thought she was maybe over-racing a bit in the early stages, such was the pace or lack of. But Mountain Breeze, daughter of Lope de Vega, she was good at 2. We'll see what she can do at 3. And based on this, there'll be plenty to look forward to. Could go to the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas on Super Saturday. I'm sure that's going to be the plan. 1,600 metres on Super Saturday. But today, she's back with a bang and accelerated away over 1,400. That's the same distance as she was second to Lake Victoria in the Sweet Solera, which is leagues the best form of any of these. But she still had to go and do it, and that's exactly what she's done on this first run since things didn't go her way 139 days ago over in Woodbine. But Buick, extremely confident, William Buick, the first of his 4 Godolphin rides on the day, which all look big chances. The first one's gone in, and he's content to just hold on to her as long as possible. The others pushing and shoving. The animation of the other jockeys was there for all to see, but Buick, he knew what he had underneath him. I think he's just let her go in the final stages to go and win a race fairly dominantly. Couple of looks around, and there you have it, Mountain Breeze. Quite where she is in the 3-year-old filly pecking order. Well, there's Desert Flower and the really impressive Verse of Love for Godolphin at the back end of last year. This one was seen a lot, Mountain Breeze. She rarely ran a bad race. And based on this, as she hits her classic year, they'll have plenty of fun with her. Mountain Breeze is back.
And the margin 6.5 by 2.5 lengths in the Moore Stakes, sponsored by Imar, over the 1,400 metres. Numbers across the line: 5, 6, 4 and 10. 5, 6, 4 and 10. Your numbers for race 2. And winner's time 1:23.59.
Good job, William. Bless you, mate.
Yeah, welcoming back in your winner of race 2. She looks full of herself afterwards. She's been ridden by William Buick, trained by Charlie Appleby. Might not be the last time these two are in the winner's enclosure today. And the first ever running of the Moore Stakes goes to Godolphin. Your winner, Mountain Breeze. Willie Buick just making this the formality that it should be. Mountain Breeze successful in the first ever running of the Moor Stakes. He's got Al Qudra to come, Romantic Style, and first conquest. So it might not be the first, or might not be the last time anyway that he's weighing in. Will, welcome back in. I guess on the balance of her 2-year-old form, which was very good indeed. She was entitled to win today, but just talk us through your perspective.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. She was entitled to win, and she probably was entitled to win how she did. But it's always nice to go and see them do it, and you know, I was really pleased with what she did. She was early, a very early 2-year-old as well, and you know, she showed a lot of pace at 2. She won over 5 in May, I think, last year. So you know, now she looks like she stays 7 well, and she'll get a mile. So
yes.
you know, she's not the biggest, but every indication is that she's trained on, and let's hope that she can progress from this.
Assuming it would be something like the Jumeirah Guineas on Super Saturday, the mile would be fine. Where is she in the pecking order with the 3-year-old fillies this year? Because it's an embarrassment of riches, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the more you can add to the pecking order, the better it is. But you know, she's got another. The Jumeirah Guineas is such a nice race over here for the fillies, and the 2,000 Guineas for the colts. So it's a great program for them, and you know, that's another step, and then we'll see where we are after that.
Now, I know you've got a very good book today, but I just want to, if I may, just reflect on last week. And it was a horrible moment for everyone to watch on, but for you to be on the back of Measured Time. How would you like to pay tribute, if you will, for the horse?
Yeah, obviously it was very sad.
Yeah.
And you know, the team at home, especially for them who work so closely with all the horses, and you know, he was a day horse to all of us, and he was a brilliant horse. You know, he always did his best, and look, it's just it was a horrible incident. No fault of anybody's, of course. So just one of those real freak, unfortunate incidents, and you know, it's no one likes to see it, and obviously I was lucky to get away with it, and but yeah, no, the team at home, we worked so closely with him, obviously everyone felt it.
Lovely words.
Thank you.
Excellent performance in the first ever running of the Moor Stakes by Mountain Breeze. That's not the last we'll be hearing of her this year, and perhaps not even at the Meydan Carnival, but she's won first up for the new season. Delighted to welcome up for the second trophy presentation of the night, after the Moor Stakes, sponsored by Imar, their Executive Director Ahmad Al-Matroushi. And presenting on behalf of Godolphin, presenting to, welcoming to the stage, Hamdan and Maktoum Al Sabusi. Well done to all connected to the brilliant Mountain Breeze. Okay, first time tonight, first of 4 after race 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's face to the races. And you got to do is smile for a chance to win, or so it says on the big screen. There's not enough of a smile, madam. He's not even looking, and this is to win 500 dirham, and you'd have to go to gate 2, the reward centre, to redeem your prize. And our intrepid cameras have ventured inside. That's a side glance, nearly a smile. He's not looking. Look, I'll tell you what, he's just seeing what price Mountain Breeze for the guineas to emulate Morge. Maybe. I mean, we've found the one table where nobody's actually looking at us. Oh, come on, madam, you can smile. I'll blow with a kiss, yeah, that's fine. And this is our winner. Oh, there you go, that was enough. You've sealed it with a kiss. Congratulations. Get yourself to gate 2, the reward centre. 500 dirham is all yours, the winner of Faces of the Races. Right, welcome up to the saddling enclosure. Horses nice and prompt ahead of the next race. This is the Valley by Imara Conditions race, 1900 on the dirt. That's number 5. That is Honest Moon, who was 6th to Heart of Honour last time. Stepping up in trip, that looks a reasonable thing to do. Should appreciate a little bit extra, I'd say. Number 6 is Littlefoot, comfortably held in a Jebel Ali trial on New Year's Eve. And this is the debut, son of Into Mischief. Number 7, that's Maestro Del Mar, son of good old Grendissar, who became a bit of a all-weather legend in the UK. Debutant, didn't race for Doug Watson, but won a trial here actually a couple of weeks ago. 9, that is Yuvraj, one of the Lucia Botti runners, well held behind Heart of Honour, and significantly enough, Estimra and undefeated here, so he's got form to turn around. That is number 8, that's undefeated, who's one of the big players in this 3-race maiden up in trip, but has got to find a bit of form with Estimra. Right, number 4, as if by magic, is the last to come down, and that is Estimra. I say the last to come down, it's not, but Estimra, 2-race maiden, brings good form. Last time out on UAE debut, finished second, splitting Heart of Honour and Golden Vekoma. That's as good form as you're going to get at this stage around here, who've since finished second and first in the Guineas last week. Will he get the trip? That's a question, and we will finish with number 2. Always Call Me. Last in a trial at Jebel Ali a week and a half ago, debut here. It's a tough task to begin with, I would say. Tricky race to evaluate. Quite who is going to be best suited by the extra distance, we'll find out in a few minutes.
We're back into the parade here for the third event on the card this evening. It's been a great night so far of racing, and we continue it here with the third event, the Valley by Imar for 175,000. 1,900 metres on the dirt. We head to our first runner. Here's a horse who will well and truly stay the trip. Exculpation. Bernardo Pinheiro and Sullen bin Gudaya. Bernardo looking for an early double on the card after taking out the first. Getting out to a suitable trip here on the dirt, 1,900 metres. Beaten a distance last time out. Was a solid maiden winner at Jebel Ali 2 starts before. Three is Shanagita for Lucci Body and Ray Dawson. Beaten a distance last time out in its Meydan debut. Stepping out in trip this time around, but with the experience of the race day, hopefully we see the horse come on, but getting a bit worked up and keen here in the parade. Number 5 is our next runner, Honest Moon, Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish for Mr. Abdullah Al Mansouri. Another horse beaten a distance in his only start at Meydan so far. Hopefully will improve there. Comes into a slightly easier race there, running into Heart of Honour last time out. Rated 77. Hopefully we see the extra distance being a plus also for the colt by Honest Mischief. A few debutants in the field here. Always Call Me, the gelding here by Connect. Saif El Balushi does the riding here for Ahmed bin Hamish and Mr. Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi. Hopefully can make its presence felt here in its first start. One of the 3 debutants stepping out here in this upcoming event. Here's Estamra, 2 starts, 1 in country, 1 at Chelmsford City on debut before making its way over in a novice. 1,900 metres the question mark, but third up coming into this campaign and should be fit enough to see out the campaign, see out the trip here as well for Sheikh Dal Salman Al Khalifa, Simon and Ed Crisford. Silvestre de Souza rides off the rating of 85. Six is another debutant, the gelding by Into Mischief for Marwan Al Badai, who trains and owns this son of Into Mischief. Audrey de Vries will ride this runner here on debut, drawing gate 2. Seven is Maestro Del Mar, the colt by Grendasar for Ali El Badwawi, the stable already with a winner so far this evening. Marco Gianni will take the ride here for Sultan Saeed Harib and Connections. Number 8, Undefeated, the colt by Vekoma for Mr. Saeed Sahel, Bhupat Seema and Tiger Shea to do the riding. Was caught wide on the track last time out, covering extra ground. And should be fitter for this, a winning contender here in this upcoming event. Yuvraj will be looking to improve off the debut performance, beaten a distance on that occasion. Much like Honest Moon, comes into an easier contest here, the son of Union Rags, and has the race day experience already under the belt here to go along with it. So hopefully an improved performance in store here for Yuvraj. That's our runners here for the third event, the Valley by Imar for 175,000. for the non-winner of 2 over 1,900 metres, 9.5 furlongs on the dirt.
Simon and Ed Crisford are the joint trainers of Estimra, who's a big player in this, Ed alongside. But before I get to him, I just want to reflect on Fashion Friday and that excellent run from Poker Face in Group 1 company. What's the next for him?
Well, no, he ran a really solid race. Looked like he improved again from the Seville Mile. We're just going to see sort of how he is, but we potentially could have a Super Saturday. You know, the race suits, it's 5 weeks, and, you know, hopefully then you never know, he might be able to get into World Cup night.
Because when he won on, was it late last year at Kempton, got right to it again, and I remember speaking to Ed Ware, his owner, thinking, will we go to Dubai or not? I guess it's fully vindicated already, the idea to come out here, given the 2 runs.
No, absolutely. I think with a sort of older gelding, it's always, and you've got the opportunity to travel in a place like this, you know, it's you know, it has been vindicated, and, and I think, you know, he's picked up some super prize money, and Ed Ware has loved coming out. He's been out for both of his runs, and that's what it's all about.
Isn't it just? While we've got your Estimra, of course, in this race, by way of dirt debuts last time, Forms said that's just about the best you could hope for, isn't it? The 2 horses he split?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, good form. Hopefully he's improved again from that run. I think the step up and trip will suit him as well. He definitely showed that. Well, Sylvester got off him the last day and said, look, we need to step him up and trip. So yeah, looking forward to seeing him run tonight.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, it's time now for the Best Turned Out Award. And look at that horse. Feature eyes on him on the big screen. Maestro Del Mar, that is your Best Turned Out winner ahead of the debut. Looking good for the first start. Well done to Riazat Khan, who is the winning groom and therefore receives the sum of 650 dirham via our cameraman Pete Barnes, and sealed with a handshake. Thank you very much once again to presenter and Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. So horses making their way down and back, given the fact that the starting stalls are right in front of the grandstand here at Meydan for the 1900 metre start. It's only just shy, 100 metres shy of the most famous, the 2000 metres of the Dubai World Cup. Maybe, just maybe, long term, maybe one of these might turn out to be a Dubai World Cup horse, but a long, long way to go to prove anything like that. But Estemra, that was an excellent UAE debut for Simon and Ed Crisford, splitting good horses. Heart of Honour and Golden Vekoma, who last week were second and first. The order reversed in the 2000 Guineas. And just hearing from Ed Crisford, thanks for his time, saying that Sylvester de Sousa got off the horse and said, step him up in trip. That's exactly what they're doing. So Estemra, who was good on first start in the UK at Chelmsford, an even better second start and first start out here on the dirt, is a big form player. Undefeated, he's next to him, they've met before. Now he's a three-race maiden, also up in trip. Who's going to appreciate it most? Has just under 6 lengths to turn around with Estemra from when they met on the 16th of December. Perhaps significantly last time though, he got a good bit close to Heart of Honour next time he's run. So he's got more experience. It's going to be a question mark on the trip, but I think he's probably improving. He's got to reverse that form with Estemra, but we'll see whether they're capable of doing that today. That is undefeated under Tygo Shea, who is one behind Connor Beasley in the Jockeys Championship. Now this is exculpation. Bernardo Pinheiro bids for a double on the day. It's a £5 penalty for being the only winner in the race, so it doesn't make it easy for exculpation. But I think he's of interest. He won at Jebel Ali 2 starts ago, and since tried in behind Heart of Honour over 1600 metres last time, when, despite never really being involved in the teeth of the race, he stuck to it. I don't think it was a hugely strong run, but I do think he's going to get better with distance. And when others probably cry enough, he'll just keep going. Number 5, that is Honest Moon. It was 6th to Heart of Honour last time. Stepping up in trip, that looks a very reasonable thing to do. Should appreciate the little bit of extra distance, and still very lightly raced as well. That is Heart of Honour. Say Heart of Honour. That is Honest Moon. Heart of Honour threads together the form of so many horses here, and Connor Beasley rides. Number 6 is Littlefoot. Comfortably held in a Jebel Ali trial on New Year's Eve, and is a son of Into Mischief, making the debut. First ever race in anger. Quite a nice pedigree though, and it looks a good starting point trip-wise, I'd say. Nice physically to look at. We've had our 2-minute warning that post time is approaching. Number 7, Maestro Del Mar, already the winner of the Best Turned Out. And as mentioned, a son of Grendizar, who would have had a really big fan club, I'd say, back in the day on the all-weather. He won a lot of races at Lingfield in the UK. Not very well known as a sire, I'd say. He didn't race for Doug Watson, but he did win a trial here a couple of weeks ago. Visored ahead of the debut, and an interesting runner to welcome ahead of race 3. So, Maestro Del Mar, Marco Gianni, we'll see how they go. And Yuvraj, who is by Union Rags. Danny Tudhope rides. One for Lucia Botti in the race. And she has another as well. that being Channel Guide, but Yuvraj well behind Heart of Honour, that horse again. Significantly enough, Estimra, an undefeated here on UAE debut, pushing 2 months ago. Certainly has got form to find, but in nearly 2 months off the track, might have improved a bit. Don't know whether it's the lights or whether the horse got a bit warm, but actually quite a cool and less oppressive night than so often it can be here. So shouldn't be too much of a detriment to a number of the competitors. So who knows, might have a long-range horse for a UAE Derby in the lineup. Still a couple of months away. We'll see the quality of these horses. They really will need to improve, but we shall see. Right, number 2, Always Call Me. Last in a trial at Jebel Ali a week and a half ago. Debut here, though. Tough task to begin with, and I would imagine they could have found an easier introduction. We'll really have to lift on what we saw in that trial. And let's have a look at Channel Guide as well for the Bossy Yards. Well beaten by, you guessed it, Heart of Honour last month. That was the UAE debut. Was unsettled prior to the start that day, so perhaps didn't give the best running. They're trying the horse in blinkers now. We showed a bit of ability in the UK last season, and needs a big lift though on what we've seen. And the trainer, of course, also runs Yuvraj, who to me would look the pick of the two. But it might be a race that only involves a couple of them. Estimra, and undefeated, they meet again. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that the distance is going to bring out the best in Exculpation, who's got to give weight away. It's race 3, and Pat Comerford is your man to describe the action.
Thank you, Nick. Loading forward here now, and Always Call Me, one of the 3 debutants here to be brought forward into line. Be up against it here, that's for sure. It's a tough task on first time of asking. Is Honest Moon loading away. Channel Guide and Lodal Foot have loaded into line. Only a couple more to be brought up. Estimra's taken its place. Here's Exculpation. Maestro Del Mar, the last one to be brought up. This one, the Valley by Imar. Exculpation, the only winner. He's copped a £5 penalty as a result. Maestro Del Mar for Marco Gianni, the last one to load up into the outside stall. And we're set to go here in the Valley by Imar. Set now, racing. Yuvraj was a little slow, half a stride. Undefeated was fast away today. Unlike last start, will be working forward to the lead, but doesn't have as much pace as a few of these out wider. Honest Moon working up, along with Estimra, and Maestro Del Mar is going to be 5 deep into this first bend, with Exculpation working up to its inner, along with Littlefoot. Then came Always Call Me as they work off the front section of the course. Yuvraj second to last, and Channel Guide is at the end. So they approach the 1400 metre peg, and it is Undefeated who leads a half as they work out onto the course. Honest Moon on his girth in second position. It was a length and a half back to Exculpation, who's going to box seat. Estimra the 1-1. It was a length and a half then to Maestro Del Mar, who's still 3 deep. Then came Yuvraj, who's getting a bit of cover deeper out and wants to improve even further. Always Call Me was next. Channel Guide and Littlefoot has dropped the bit and isn't travelling at all. Inside the 5 furlongs they travel. Undefeated's kept them rolling here. 11.44, 11.50, 11.8, 12.22. Just backed it off here as they approach the top bend. And Undefeated still leads by 3/4 of a length. Honest Moon's been there for the outset. Exculpation on the inside sticks on, worked upon from Estimra, who travels the best. Then came Maestro Del Mar, Gianni at work already, followed by Channel Guide, Yuvraj, Littlefoot, and out to the end, dropping away into last position here now was Always Call Me. It's Undefeated the leader, and Undefeated's found a little bit more here, along with next there was Honest Moon. Estimra hasn't travelled into the turn at all here. He's dropped away from the leading division. Undefeated and Honest Moon go to work together. Then came Estimra, who's finding a little bit more in the late stages, but could be all over. The same can be said now as well for Exculpation, but Undefeated, he stays all day, and he's been able to ride the rail this time around, and Tygo Shades is going to ease him clear for a nice win here in the Valley by Imar. It's going to be Undefeated by 5.5, maybe 6 lengths on Honest Moon. Then came Estimra, third over. Fourth over, who got going there late in the piece, was Littlefoot. He did his best work in the last 400. Exculpation followed from Channel Guide. Then came Maestro Del Mar, who found a very little in the late stages of the race. Yuvraj was next over, and the last one home, Always Call Me. He dropped out sharply. Undefeated They worked him towards the lead. They wanted to find that spot and eventually eased over. He got no favours last time around from the wide draw. This time around, he stayed very, very well. 1:59.67 winner's time. And that margin's going to be around 7 lengths, actually, at the end of proceedings. 8:54 and 6, though, your numbers here in race number 3. And Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea pick up an early winner on the card.
Yes, and that will draw the champ level with Connor Beasley in the protracted battle as it will be for the Jockeys' Championship. He just does this so well. It's not dissimilar in way in the closing stages to watching Walk of Stars last week, albeit different grade and different style of horse. But I've heard Bhupat Seema just over the shoulder uttering the words about this success. Finally, I think there's been expectation it would have happened before now, but it's happened. Undefeated, the son of Vekoma, who is built on those defeats behind Heart of Honour, yet more form substance for that horse to step out of the shadows and crucially step up in trip and enjoy the 1900 metres. And in truth, he's put good distance between himself and Honest Spoon, who kept him company throughout the race, but he's put good distance between himself and the second in the closing stages. Super Saturday will now be the plan, and who knows where the ceiling of the ability will be. Colours aside, Sahel, and no stranger to great horses down the past, Derby winners in the UK, and we'll see exactly what kind of level this fella can achieve. His old rival Estimra, well beaten off the turn. Things were not happening and he couldn't actually get past Honest Moon. But that form behind Heart of Honour back on the 10th of January, and just about every time that horse turns up, it's got real substance to it. And I know that Jamie Osborne, when he next gets that horse out, will be absolutely pumped for what the future's going to hold, because he's a big, big talent. And the form just keeps getting ticks left, right and centre. The latest of them, undefeated. Well, he's not that, but he's pretty good.
And the numbers in the Valley by Emar, 854 and 6, 854 and 6. Undefeated wins 159.67. Margins official 7 by 3 1/4. 7 by 3 1/4. 854 and 6. Race 3.
Good job, Ty.
Thank you.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for the third winner of the night, partnered by the champ Tygo Shea. That's 27 up for the campaign. He won't let that title go without a battle. Trained by Bhupat Seema in those distinctive, famous, world-famous colours of Saeed Sahel. Your winner, undefeated. Tiger O'Shea, the latest winner to go and weigh in and make this the formality that it is. He's undefeated who has won. And rider and horse are about to have, there you go, pause from Tig, as undefeated comes out. And we'll get a word with the champion jockey, a week on from Group 1 success here. Just got a quick word with Bhupat Seymour after the race, and when uttered about this horse, he said, finally, has there been an expectation it might have happened before now?
Yeah, he's got a very good name, he's got a very good owner. He shows us the world at home in the mornings, but he's just been taking a while for the penny to drop, and you know, he goes around like in the mornings like an old handicapper, hence to say why we reach for the headgear, and you even see there, he's still having a real good look around up the straight, but look, finally he got his head in front. We thought we didn't have to wait till the end of January, nearly February, for him to break his maiden, but he's done it now, and I think he'll go forward from it, but he's definitely a two-turn horse.
Could he be a player in the Al-Bastakia based on this?
Yeah, he stays well, very genuine, good action horse, bred for the dirt, so I think he'll step forward for that because, as I said, he's gallops, even when we gallop him, he's idle in the mornings, you know, so great for his owner, first winner for the barn, so he's a great man and a great owner for the industry, so just delighted to be on top.
Very quickly, a week on, how's the champ, Laurel River, and also Walk of Stars?
Yeah, Laurel River, I was probably more upset than anyone to see him get beat, but horses get beat, unfortunately, it's the nature of the game, but thankfully both Laurel River and Walk of Stars have bounced out of their races, very good shape, and they're happy and well, and all roll on for the next day.
Good man.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Valley by Imar over 1,900 metres. 8.5, 4 and 6 correct weight. Winner's time 1:59.67. Margin 7 by 3 1/4. Correct weight, race 3.
Time now for the trophy presentation after race 3, and that was the Valley by Imar, and it was won by Undefeated. It is time now to welcome up for the third time, with our thanks as well, after their generous sponsorship, Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi, Executive Director for Imar, who's very kindly going to present the third prize of the night. And going up on behalf of the winning owner, those brilliant worldwide colours of Mr. Saeed Sahel, classic winning colours, of course, in the UK, successful here this evening at Meydan. On his behalf, we welcome up the winning trainer. Today was the day that this horse was undefeated, welcoming Mr. Bhupat Seema. Okay, this is reliably informed the fourth race, the 7:15. The Dubai Sprint sponsored by Mar, Jamie Osborne. Actually, Jamie, if you don't mind, I'm going to grab a quick word with you. Trainer of Emiratiana, who fortunately is not number one, kicking out. He's back out again. How is he?
He seems fine. Look, he's 9 years old. He ran 7 days ago. I was very much hoping that he would be invited to Qatar for the Dukan Sprint.
Which he won.
Which he won last year. Sadly, that doesn't appear to be the case. So we ran last week in an attempt to entice an invitation out of Doha, but sadly that hasn't happened. So he's here. We're not saving him for anything. The races, obviously, there aren't that many races for him, so we're taking a chance and running him back 7 days later. But he's been very bright. Jimmy, who knows him inside out, he says he's been bright as a button all week. So if he doesn't bounce, this is probably a slightly lesser race than the one that he ran in last week. Back to 6 furlongs, probably not against him.
Just while I've got you, later on, Dubai Millennium Stakes is quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, sadly we've lost Sean. He spiked a temperature yesterday, which was really bad timing because he was in great order. But C. Hector is live. You know, I think his first run this year here was very promising. I think he's come forward.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'd hope he'd have a decent chance.
And lastly, I guess based on what we've just seen undefeated, the form of Heart of Honour. I know last week got away, but his form, he's got a lot of ticks, hasn't it?
Well, they can't get away from each other here, have they? No. Can they? So
True.
you know, whoever's winning those races, it's always their form. Yeah, look, last week I was delighted with the run, disappointed not to win, but as a trial for the Albastic here, you couldn't have asked for more.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So runners are making their way out into the parade here for the next event on the program. We head down the straight here for the straight 6 contest, and shaping up to be a real nice event here as well. Now this is the Dubai Sprint for 500,000 dirham, and let's head to our first horse. And that is number 1 in Abshrek, one of 2 runners here for Rashid Borsley. Carlos Enrique will do the riding here on the first stringer. Draws the ace, 6 starts, 2 wins and 2 third placings. Hasn't been seen since the 9th of March 2023, so 694 days between runs. He returns here to the track off a long break, does the 8-year-old by Oasis Dream. Number 2 is Batwan, the 10-year-old gelding by Kendegant. Ben Cohen rides for Nicholas Corlery. They were able to have a good win with King Gold last meeting, and they'll be hoping to do the same with one of their old warriors in Batwan. He draws to the right side of the track in 3, stepping out here for his 58th start this evening. Next is the 3, Billy Webster. He was very good early, working through the grades at Jebel Ali. Wasn't to be last time out, running a gallant 6th down the straight. He strikes the same distance once again on the track, albeit a tougher task heading up into listed company this time around. Number 5 is our next runner. That is Emirati Anna, 9-year-old gelding by Shamadal. Knows this track and trip all too well. For Barrett Racing, Audrey De Vries and Jamie Osborne. Draws midfield here, stepping out for career start number 42. Dropping back from Group 2 company over 1,000 metres. Will prefer the 6 furlong trip. Six is Harsim, who was very good breaking through last time out in a conditions event. Has to step up here, but for a horse who is consistently in the money, that confidence boost from the last start victory should see him running a cheeky race.
I've got me 2 times in.
Last start winner Echo Point also joins the field here. He heads back to the straight 6 after winning around a turn over 1400 last start. He does step back up into listed company. He was beaten 6.25 lengths in the listed President's Cup for the Thoroughbreds 2 starts ago. So has contested this grade of race before, but dropping back in trip here tonight. Seven is Mikyas. He'll wear the white cap here. Jules Mobian for Rashid Borsley. Beaten a distance his last 3, and he did get put in the deep end with the Group 2 race last time out. He'll find this easier, and he's drawn over to the far side as well. Nine is Rasas, a last start winner over this track and trip in an 85 to 105. He steps back up into listed company here. No subsequent winners in behind him so far, but at the same time, he was a very nice performer, and one could say he'll be giving a side at some stage. Torrevega was scratched out of the races last meeting. He runs here today for the Meydan debut. There's already a winner in conditions company over this trip at Jebel Ali. He does step back onto the turf here. This is his first run on grass so far here in the UAE. And here's Romantic Style, who unfortunately went down at a very, very short quote last time out to the races over a mile. Dropping back here down the straight, arguably 7 furlongs, probably a more ideal trip, but has the class here and has a weight advantage despite being the highest rated horse here in the field clearly. The horse to beat in the event is Romantic Style.
Yes, I'm sure plenty of people here feasting their eyes on the classic horse that he is, emblematic horse, Batouan. He has been a star for Nicolas Connery, the Frenchman with the best hair at Meydan, next to me. Nicolas, thank you very much for joining us. This horse and this track, they're just a match made in heaven. They love each other, don't they?
Yes, I love it. You know everything. It's a really, really nice horse. He finished third of this race last season. Mm-hmm. For him, the comeback was good. He lost the start and he finished in a good move. 7, not too far the winner, and he can improve today for a good place. Yes. It's not easy to win, but the horse have a good form.
He's a little bit older now, but does he still have as much love for racing?
Yes, we respect him. Sometimes he go in holiday between the season, and he loves the job every day. He's really happy when he go to work. He gives the maximum for us, and we give the maximum for him.
It's impossible not to talk to you about what happened last week, 7 days ago. A Group 1 winner on turf, now a graded winner on dirt, King Gold, to go and beat Laurel River. Just how special a night was that for you? How important?
Yes, but it's all special for me. It's my first winner on Group 1 in France, King Gold. And we try 2 years ago on the dirt, and we come back this season on the dirt. Yes.
You're watching it now, just for people.
It was amazing, and the last 100 meters was absolutely amazing. I lost my voice, but it's a nice horse, and improve. He can competitive at 8 years, sorry, and we will see now for the next.
What is the next target, just lastly?
Normally the target is a Godolphin Mile.
Okay.
We will see if we change. We have a lot of options, but for the moment we enjoy the moment, and we will see what's happened.
You beat the World Cup winner. Well done indeed. Good luck for this rider next.
Thank you.
Right, it's time now for the best turned out. We've just heard from the trainer, and the apple of his eye has won it. It is number 2, Batwan. Feast your eyes on the best turned out award winner. He's seen it done it many times here, and he's best turned out ahead of this latest run. Well done to Madhu Singh, 650 dirham richer, and thank you to Mr. Ali S, the CEO of PHI Advertising, and with our thanks to the generous sponsors of Best Turned Out. Right, in so many ways, the race revolves around Romantic Style, but you're having a look at Emirati Anna, who ran here just a week ago, and Jamie Osborne's fulsome in his assessment of how the horse ran, and also perhaps that little bit of disappointment that the invitation is not there to go back to Qatar in a couple of weeks' time, a race that this horse won last year. But he's a top draw animal, perhaps not quite at the absolute zenith where he once was, but he ran 5th in the Blue Point last week and ran well. There's good old Batwan, number 4 in the Nasser Asghar colours. That's Echo Point. Back to Emirati Anna. But in so many ways, this is going to revolve around the Godolphin runner, number 11, Romantic Style. Down in trip to this distance for the first time since the beginning of the career. She was 2 from 3, actually, over 1,200 metres at the start of the career. So we'll see whether she can kick on as a sprinter, because it didn't happen in the Cape Verde. I gather on the international markets, Echo Point, there you go, in the Czech colours, striped cap, is being well backed. Sylvester de Sousa's mount, who won over 1,400 metres 2 weeks ago. The question will be, will he have the speed? A horse who showed lots of form over further. Can he possibly do it over this short? Sylvester de Sousa thinks he can do it over a mile, or the sprinting distance. We'll find out in a few minutes. But Romantic Style, 2nd in the Cape Verde, a messy race by the trainer's own admission. He thinks that her pedigree and her physicality combined should suit her dropping in trip. This could really suit her. And actually, whoever wins this, will it tee them up for the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint on Super Saturday, Group 3, over this track and trip. Incidentally, the same course and distance, of course, as the Al Quoz. Harsim, 1,200 metre winner here 2 weeks ago. That horse has been supported, flew to go and win. He needs a strong pace to charge down, should get it. Probably that little bit further over, or better over further. And that was a first ever success on turf as well. So Romantic Style looks the one to beat, but it sounds as though the international markets are finding alternatives to the Godolphin filly. William Buick 1 from 1 on the day, and there she is. Romantic Style. She's got a beautiful pedigree, a sprinting pedigree as well. The Dubai Sprint, sponsored by Emar, 1,200 metres, turf, 7:15, the off time. And they're going to come thundering down the straight track right in front of us here. Others to mention, Billy Webster, he could run okay. Dual Jebel Ali winner on the dirt already this season. Ran all right here in a handicap a few starts ago. Mentioned Harsim. Good old Mikyas, he's nowhere near the level of old. And I think he caused a few people to faceplant in surprise, actually, when he won the Blue Point 2 years ago. But since then, this season, he hasn't beaten a rival in 3 starts. Raeb down in trip and back on the turf. Hasn't won in a few seasons. There's good old Batwan. He was 3rd in this race last year. We'll see if it's the same sort of level. Not the strongest return here last time, but an older horse, having had a run back, that might have put him cherry ripe. There's William Buick. Reminder that the rail is out, 12 metres. Emirati Anna, he's there. Echo Point, the supported horse. And there you go. That wide vista, the context is to see how far that rail is out as well. So you're going to get a good view of them. They're going to be right in front of us here, with these starting stalls down towards right on the stand side rail. We're at post time, 7:15. And hopefully we won't be too far away from loading. They are starting to load. Abshrek, wanted to mention that horse. Where has he been? Off so long, not seen since March of 2023. Won a 1400 metre race here in February 2023. And a course and distance race earlier that season. Actually, the record at Meydan on the grass is 2 from 3, but he hasn't been seen in a very, very long time. So how's he return? How does Romantic Style go? Who's the best alternative to her? Let's find out. Pat.
Yeah, interesting market, isn't it, Nick? Very exciting to see the market very much overseas gravitating towards the fact that Romantic Style is vulnerable. Echo Point and Harsim, the two that they have supported. As Batwan loads away, and we're right to go. 1200 metres, the Dubai sprint, and away. Mick Yass won the start, breaking cleanly and going to a clear lead out by a couple of lengths early from Echo Point and Rasas down the centre. Tracked by Billy Webster and Emirati Anna, Batwan and Abshrek stay to the far side rail. Next came Romantic Style, who's back to third to last from Harsim, who's getting a good genuine clip, and out to the end was Torre Vega. Mick Yass is running them along well. He's now 4 lengths clear of Rasas, who's now in second. Echo Point still close enough as he starts to get into his work here from Emirati Anna. Then came Billy Webster, Romantic Style, carving a path through runners to come in between the packs. Then came Batwan from Harsim, Torre Vega second to last, and Abshrek is the last one. It's Rasas the leader, but Romantic Style is starting to camp up to them now. Then came Emirati Anna, Harsim working on through the far side, and Billy Webster. Romantic Style hits the lead. Romantic Style from Rasas. Echo Point cluttered up with Billy Webster. Romantic Style still out clear by 2 lengths. Here comes Harsim and Rasas for their runs, but Romantic Style, it's Godolphin again. Romantic Style by 2 lengths. Harsim second over from Rasas. Billy Webster. Then came Echo Point from Emirati Anna. Torre Vega Plain. Next over was Mick Yass. He couldn't sustain the gallop. Batwan second to last, and Abshrek off the long break. A long last in the Dubai sprint. Ran his own race, got the hot tempo to suit, and Buick came in with a plan. He knew that he wanted to be over on that far side, as close to that running rail as he could, without having to shift the horse over too far. Split the middle of them, and she had enough in hand to go on and win this filly by Night of Thunder. Romantic Style, 2 3/4 roughly on the line there, beating home Harsim, who has run a blinder once again. Rasas third over, and an improved run by Billy Webster, who runs into 4th. 11, 6, 9 and 3. Market was off him, but off her, but Romantic Style has come to the fore in race number 4.
Yes, and back-to-back wins in the race for Messrs Appleby and Buick in the Godolphin Blue after Mischief Magic last year, and a whisker quicker for the time of this race as Romantic Style drops in trip to go and win. As we watch it back, feasting in and also safe in the knowledge she knew exactly what was going to happen from this point onwards. Buick crouching lower and lower, just switching out in behind Emirati Anna, coming right up the centre of the track, and this strong travelling classy filly. Again, Buick not dissimilar to what Mountain Breezy did earlier, just holding on as long as possible before he elected to just kick on. And she was second in a messy running, as the trainer put it, of the Cape Verde. They wanted to try sprinting purely on the physique, but also the pedigree. She's got a very good sprinter's pedigree. She's good over further, but it might just be that this is where we're going to see the very best of her. Romantic Style has stamped authority on these. Harsim, who was backed each way on the international markets, has rewarded anybody who went in at a bigger price. That horse has finished second. Rasas sticking around for a good third. Billy Webster 4th, Echo Point 5th. And further back, the likes of Emirati Anna. But Romantic Style, the naturals, next point, probably Super Saturday. And the Nad Al Sheba Turf Sprint at Group 3. Who knows? Are we looking at an Alcoz winner in the future, or an Alcoz runner at least in the future, with the potential of sprint races in the UK and further afield come the summer? What they've learned is they've got a quick filly. They'd have seen that on what she's been doing at home, but she's done it in the racetrack as well. And as mentioned, earlier in her career, she was 2 from 3 over 1,200 metres. She's now 3 from 4 as she goes on to win. William Buick at the double. He's got her first conquest and Al Qudra to come, but it's 2 from 2 on a night he would have looked at the book of rides and doubtless had plenty of confidence. 2 up already.
And the numbers in the Dubai Sprint sponsored by Imar over the 6 furlongs: 11, 6, 9 and 3. 11, 6, 9 and 3. Your numbers here in the 4th event. Winner's time 108.71, 108.71, and the margins 2.5 by a neck.
Good job, William. Good job.
It's a second winner of the night for William Buick, both of which trained by Charlie Appleby, and of course in the distinctive blue of Godolphin. Last year it was Mischief Magic in this very race. This year, put your hands together and show your appreciation for Romantic Style. Danny Tudhope just weighing in after Hassim finished second, but second and best of the rest behind the Godolphin filly Romantic Style. It would have been really open but for her presence, but she's a very well-bred filly. She's a very fast filly based on what we've just seen. Last time the Cape Verde, and this time William Buick, second time tonight. Charlie Appleby said that she's got a sprinter's pedigree. It was worth the experiment dropping in trip, and there we go.
Yeah, well, the Cape Verde was a disaster, so she dropped back in trip today, and you know, Charlie and the team were confident that that was the right thing to do, and she's always showed plenty of speed, and she's won over 6 before, so
yeah, couple of times,
so she always had that speed. So, but she was very comfortable today. You know, when they drop back against seasoned sprinters, they sometimes can find it tough. You know, and you know, she just proved that she was a level above, and she was very comfortable going back sprinting. So let's hope that that's where her future's going to lie.
There's a Nadal Sheba Turf sprint on Super Saturday. I love the way that you've just called the Cape Verde a disaster. Charlie just said messy race, but somewhere in the middle. First conquest a little bit later. It's been an absolute bonanza, really. Charlie Appleby, 7 in a row in the Dubai Millennium, many that you've been on. How big a player can First Conquest be, do you think?
He's taken a step up in grade, obviously, but it's you know, he's beaten 1 or 2 of the horses in the race in his last start here, so, and he was entitled to improve for that. He's going to need to, and yeah, fingers crossed.
Cheers, well.
Thank you, Nick.
And correct weight is given in the Dubai Sprint. Correct weight 11.6, 9 and 3. 11.6, 9, 3 correct.
Excellent display from Romantic Style. She's got the speed all right, you can guarantee that. She's won the Dubai Sprint, listed, sponsored by Imar, and it's one of the feature races tonight. As such, prizes to give out to the winning owner, trainer, and indeed jockey. Welcoming up from Imar, and with thanks for the fourth time tonight, Mr. Ahmad Al-Matroushi. He will be kindly presenting the prizes. And the first of which, on behalf of the winning owners, once again winning this prize, on behalf of Godolphin, show your appreciation please for Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. And welcoming up, on behalf of the winning trainer Charlie Appleby, Miss Sophie Chrétien. And for the second time tonight as well, welcoming up William Buick alongside, big introduction please, Oscar Buick. That's one happy jockey's son. And welcoming back up the winning trainer and indeed owners to pose for the photographs and enjoy the moments after Romantic Style won the feature sprint. Well, it's an even number race. We've just had race 4, so you know what that means. It's time for the faces at the races, and it is a reminder that one of you, maybe, if you can put up a better display than that, are going to be 500 dirham richer. Should you win, should our camera pick you out and you get yourself to gate 2, the reward centre, for your prize. Moving left, oh no, back again as well. Don't know, can youngsters win it? I haven't been told the rules. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Anyone can apply. And we've fixated on you. There you go, 3 up. What do you reckon? It's going to be 4 for Buick though, isn't it? He's had 2. Oh yeah, there you go, there's 4. Congratulations, 500 dirhams is yours. Faces at the races.
Race number 5 is our next event on the program, and it is the Dubai Creek Harbour, 1,400 metres on the dirt here for 190,000. And we have a full field of 16 once again. Let's head to our first runner. Let's whip through these nice and fast. Plenty of horses to discuss. Oasis Boy beaten a distance last time out over a mile. He drops back in class here as well. Third up should be running an okay race here, the 5-year-old colt by Asiatic Boy. His win first up was too impressive to ignore. Number 3 is Meshakal, Javier Ziani for Salam bin Gudaya, who trains and owns this runner here. 3 wins and 8 minors from his 23 starts. And he's had the run on the 17th of January down the track behind Assad Zabil. It was over the same track and trip. He'll be looking to better that performance, but has to do it from a wide draw. Here's the 4 in Kanjar, Jim Crowley for Musaba Al Maheri. Beaten 14 lengths on the 3rd of January behind Crown Estate. He drops back in trip to the 7 furlongs here for this run and draws midfield. 5 is Straight and Level, Tiger O'Shea for Bupat Seema. Dropping back in trip as well, comes out of that same race in behind Crown Estate, much like a few of these. It's a big form race coming into this. He ran 4th on that occasion and drops back here, and he'll be hopefully fitter 3rd up here for the campaign this season. Andy Slattery will ride Deep Hope here for Bupat Seema. 14's going to make it very tough here. Behind Crown Estate, beaten a distance, but probably better over 7, so this is a more suitable trip. Seven is XL Power, Bernardo Pinheiro for Salim bin Gudayat. New form lines coming into this to the UAE for the first time. Last seen at Kempton back in October of last year, beaten 3.5 lengths in a 0 to 95. 8 is Courtier, Sandro Paiva and Julio Olajuara. He'll get back and he'll be running on, but hasn't really found his footing so far this season, like we were seeing towards this part of last season as well. So would need to improve. Lord Mountbatten used that last start to find his feet behind Killer Collect in a conditions event. He gets back to a 75 to 95. This will suit him better and drops back in distance as well, the 4-year-old colt by Connect. Magic Petition, Saif El Belushi for Ahmed bin Hamish. Ideally draws one of the better gates of the race. He's only a one-time winner from those 17 starts, and his last start was a bit of a flop, so would need to improve on that run to be figuring here. Naya's caught the eye 2 starts ago and comes through that run over a mile. He was a tad disappointing despite running 5th. Back to a suitable trip here at 1,400 metres. Look for him late. O'Knight was a nose winner 2 starts ago, stepped up in trip there and was down the track in the 80 to 100 over the mile. Back to 7 a plus. Gamekeeper, a bit different to these, who stepped up to the mile. He dropped back to 6 furlongs last time out. Probably a little too sharp for him. He's back to a suitable trip here. Last time contesting these distances, he was a winner and a 2nd place getter. So this is his ideal trip. Well, he's the international market favourite, and he's probably the most unlucky horse at Meydan this evening. He's knocking on the door for a win, Welcome Dream. And if all goes right, he'll be fighting it out in the finish, that's for sure. Draws a nice alley in 6. 15 is Ilzet Ailes for Masaba Al-Maheri and Silvestre de Souza. Recent form hasn't been too flash. They're trying him over a shorter distance. We'll see if that pays off. It's a 10 from Len, is getting stretched out to the 1,400 metres, has the speed to burn across from 15 and will need to be in the first few, but has a nice weight advantage on a few of these, and if he gets across to the front, could be giving a sight. And last but not least is Street Mood, who makes his way into the parade here a little late. Danny Tudhope for Masaba Al-Maheri. Has to carry the top weight here, equal top weight in the event. But the 6-year-old Entire has got some nice form on the board and could give a sight if he handles the weight. Runners heading to the tunnel here for the 5th race on the program, the Dubai Creek Harbour, brought to you by Imar over the over the 1400 metres on dirt for 190,000.
Right, it's time now for the best turned out. Well, big fields, not easy to whittle it down, but started with the best. Number 1, it is Oasis Boy, son of the great Asiatic boy, who's imparted some of his fine looks. Well done to our groom, Meydan Singh, who has received the 650 dirham prize from Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. No. Competitive race, big fields. This is race 5, 750 the off time, 1400 metres on the dirt. There is number 5. That is straight and level. Tiger O'Shea bids for a double. Needs a form lift, I'd say. 3rd to Oasis Boy in December, 4th to Crown Estate last time. Probably hasn't got an awful lot to find, really. He's got quite a bit of tenacity to him. He's given him his due. It might be that 1400 metres is enough of a speed test, but we will see. I think this is wide open, and he could be a likely player. Straight and level. 11, this is a likely player in the race. This is Nayar for Pat Dobbs. Frequent visitor here, this horse. Won here over 1600 metres last season, and winner in quite dominant style in a key form race 2 starts ago. Pat Dobbs said that as long as the horse jumps from the gates, gets a flyer, doesn't miss a beat, he can certainly be a factor in the finish. There are a few drawn lower, I think, who want to get to the lead, so it might be a bit of a threat to him. And I gather the international markets might be speaking in the direction of the stablemate, Sam Hitchcock's Welcome Dream. And as if by magic, he'll appear. Number 14, who's come to us, Welcome Dream. One who comes out of the voided race from last time. And the time before he was withdrawn, having burst out of the stall, so bad luck can't come in threes, can it? You have to go back to the 6th of December to find his dominant first ever success here over 1,200 metres. I don't know that he won the strongest race, but he showed a lot of speed, and he's a talent, I think. And along with stablemate Nayar, they could force the pace. Sam Hitchcock rides. This is Kanjar, who's yet to win out here in a couple of seasons, but finished best of the rest behind Imperial Emperor here in December. Imperial Emperor, who was Group place last week, Group 1 place, and it was a very fast time that he clocked, albeit well clear of Kanjar, but he was best of the rest. I think he's worth another go over 1,400 metres, and not a lot would have to drop right to see him involved at the business end. 13, Gamekeeper, the horse that won the race that never was. Won the voided race. Pops up to another course and distance earlier in the season as well. But it certainly wouldn't take an awful lot to see him hit the prize money, particularly stepping back up to 1,400 metres again. So rule them out at your peril. There are a number who are going to be vying for first place prize money. Number 2 was late out. That is Street Mood, last time out winner. The only last time out winner in the race, if you discount Gamekeeper and that Phantom race. Won at Sharjah last time out, over further than this, and needed most of that trip. Plenty of back form, winning back form as well at Meydan, but it's been quite a while since he showed his best at this track. With that, they're starting to load. Don't forget that our feature race of the night follows on. That'll be race 6, locally run at 8:25. That is the Group 3 turf race, the Dubai Millennium Stakes. Charlie Appleby bids to make it 8 in a row. But he's not represented in this race. This is fiercely competitive. And with a number of them already going forward, there is Quartier, the South American horse. I think Lord Mountbatten going in as well, a horse from Scandinavia. So for race 5, let's join up with Pat for the call.
Yeah, a few to load forward here still, Nick. Thank you very much. Very, very open race. At the weights I sided with, it's a 10 from Len here from 15. He'd have to go against all records and be the second winner since October 2017 to win from gate 15. It doesn't happen all too often, but they're trying this sprinter over a dirt trip here, and he is a sprinter. He does have that speed to burn across. We'll see if the 53.5 will see him running a nice race here as he loads forward for Richie Mullen. Here is Oasis Boy, tough as nails on his day. 16, he's going to have to be very good. Straight and level. Here is Nayar, taking his place in the stall. Welcome Dream, the international market elect. Loading up into 6. The last will be Meshakal. And we'll be set here for the Dubai Creek Harbour. 1,400 metres of another field of 16. Set to run. Ilzadale settles the inside. There they go. Meshakal was slow and Courtier even slower. He stood there. He's missed it by half a dozen. He's out of the race. Magic Petition was next from straight and level. Kanjar, Ilzadales works up the inside. Then came O Night, followed by Lord Mountbatten and Gamekeeper the Rail. Welcome Dream was next. From deeper out, it's a 10 from Len. Hasn't got in. Meshakal to his inside, keeping him about 6 deep down the back here. Oasis Boy next from Deep Hope. Then came back in the field Excel Power from Street Mood. Nayar's well back and Courtier's even further back. So they're stretched right out here. But there's good speed up in front as Magic Petition goes up to the outside of Ilzadales. Straight and level ambles out now into the clear from Kanjar in 4th. Then came Gamekeeper, who's going to have to take the short way home here and will need the run to open up. Welcome Dream worked upon. Then came, next there was O Night from Meshakal, Deep Hope, Oasis Boy. Then came Excel Power from Lord Mountbatten, Naya and Street Mood. They They straighten up into the lane, and it's Ilse Ailes and Magic Petition. Both of them go to battle here, straight and level, trying to get on level terms. Canjar just wanting to lay in here as well, but making up good ground under Crowley. Deep Hope working through. Magic Petition, no good thing here. Canjar on the scene out deeper, along with Straight and Level. Then came Deep Hope, but it's Canjar. Canjar inside, past the 16th pole, coming clear, and Shadwell on the board tonight. It is going to be a very nice win for Canjar. Photo second, maybe Straight and Level from Magic Petition. Deep Hope fourth. Next over, Oasis Boy, followed by Ilse Ailes. Courtier, he lost his race early. Then came Excel Power from Nayar, who never got into the race. Gamekeeper on the inside, he finished just worse than midfield from Street Mood. It's a 10 from Len, never got in. Welcome Dream was over and done with 400 to go. Lord Mountbatten next over from Mesha Cal, and O Night was the last one home. Canjar, well tipped by Nick Lightfoot, going on to get the win. The form was there, and he was the best of the rest. He got beaten a distance last time out, but he was doing his best work there through the line and certainly caught the eye. And well, Jim Crowley has been able to pick up the win here for Masaba Al Mahiri. The 6-year-old gelding by Kodiak goes on to score here in the Dubai Creek Harbour, and he picks up his 4th win here at career start number 20.
A race that took a fair bit of solving, I think. There were a number of key protagonists coming into this, one of which Magic Petition certainly there on the front end. But you can see Canjar was coming with a very strong run under Jim Crowley, and not an awful lot needed to drop right to see this horse go and show his best, and I think he's done that. Officially rated 93. On top in the end, fairly decisively indeed, and one or two times certainly I've watched him out here and thought, you're probably a little bit better than the actual finishing position, or you're willing to put in. But on this occasion, the Masaba El Mahiri trained, Shadwell-owned horse has gone and won for the first time here, and he's given a bit of a form boost to Imperial Emperor from back in December. That rapid time race, he's since been behind Crown Estate 4 weeks ago. But in truth, another day, different draws, pace of the race, and this is one of those races I think could go perhaps in a different direction. Even still, Canjar, a useful animal, and he's proved just that. Down over 1,400 metres, strong stayer at the distance, and gets on top late to win the day. Jim Crowley with only a couple of rides booked for today. Meydan earlier, the old boy, and this fella, I think, the last of his rides. Canjar wins, straight and level, good run under Tiger Shea, finished second. I think the winner's leaned in on him a bit. Magic Petition stuck about for third, his time will come. Deep Hope in fourth. Oasis Boy, he finished in fifth. Ilse Ailes, who led them in, finished in sixth. Nayar, who reared just before the gates, and as Pat Dobbs said, if he gets a good jump, he's a player. If he doesn't, he's not, or today's probably the latter. And talking of that, Courtier finished 8th, having been left at the start. But Canjar it is who won.
And the numbers there in the Dubai Creek Harbour, 4, 5, 10 and 6. Canjar, your winner, 4, 5, 10 and 6. Winner's time, 1:24.57. Margins 2 by a neck. 4, 5, 10 and 6, race 5.
Well done, Jim. Never wait for me, Dad, Ernie. Hello, Ernie. Well, right on top.
Thank you.
Namos, I said, Namos.
Namos.
Nice one, Jimbo.
Nice one, Jimbo. Good job, man.
Right, welcome him back in, the former UK champion jockey. He was winning across the Gulf yesterday in Bahrain. He's winning here today. Jim Crowley. And this horse trained by Masaba El Mahiri in some of the most distinctive colours in Planet Horse Racing, those of Shadwell. Your winner of race 5 is Kanja.
Sounds like something a pregnant woman would crave.
Jim Crowley weighing in after Kanja successful, his second and final ride of the night is a winning one. And he rode that horse a couple of times in the UK way back when. Back in 2022 was winning on turf. Years later, you're winning on the same horse on the day. Your great friend Tiger O'Shea just said Jim Crowley needs to stay in Bahrain after what you did yesterday.
Had a good day yesterday, yeah, it's nice. Season's been a little bit slow this year out here, so it's nice to get a few winners.
With this fella, and in this kind of race as well, I didn't think an awful lot need to drop right for him to go and show his best form, because he's useful.
He is useful, and he's run over various trips from 6 to a mile, and probably didn't get home over a mile, and I would say the 7th furlong is perfect for him. And he broke smartly. I was a little bit concerned getting caught 4 deep going into the bend, but I was happy where we were with the pace of the race. And once he eventually changed leads, he came home well.
I know you said things have been quiet, but for you winning in Bahrain yesterday, are there, is there a horse over the next few weeks or months you might be looking forward to here in the UAE in these colours? Is there one that perhaps we haven't seen the best of?
I'm not sure if there's any sort of young up-and-coming ones, but there's definitely Al Fayla. He's going to head to Qatar for the Emir Sword. You know, he was a high-class horse. He was 4th in the Prince of Wales, and he ran okay in the Bahrain Trophy. So he's being prepped for that, and if he was to run well, then he might end up here World Cup.
Good stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
Kanjar has put his best form here at Meydan on display to go and win the Dubai Creek Harbour Handicap, which was race 5 of the 8 on the card. So for the 5th time, I'd like to welcome up from the sponsors Imar, their executive director, Mr. Ahmad Al-Matroushi, to present the glorious prize, and the well-earned prize at that, after Kanjar was successful for the first time out here. Might not be the last. And thank you once again to our trophy presenter. Welcoming up the winning trainer Mahtaba Al-Mahiri, along with Abdullah Mohammed, Abdullah Al-Shahi and Abdullah Babouk. Well done to Team Kanjar. Right, welcome to the saddling enclosure ahead of the feature race of the night. It's the Dubai Millennium Stakes, sponsored by Imar, Group 3, turf, 2,000 metres, named after the best, certainly the best World Cup winner, to my mind anyway. Others may disagree, but there have been a number of really good ones, and a quarter of a century ago, Dubai Millennium himself was right up there. This is number 5. This is High Bank, down the field on first start for the Crisfords, behind First Conquest, but that's last time, but he was unlucky given that he had no run at all, and when you factor in he'd had nearly a year off, it leaves you thinking there's a good bit under the bonnet. There he is, with the red hood on. Definitely worth another go. Plenty of placed form at Meydan, but without winning in his former life for Godolphin. Right, number 8 in front. Jamie Osborne scratching Sean. It does leave one, and that is C. Hector, ex-German. Second to First Conquest, won a huge price on international markets last time, and the first start for the yard and the Meydan debut, all those different factors combining. Half a stone better off with First Conquest. And Jamie Osborne, thinking physically, as we spoke to him earlier, he's probably in a better place than he was last time, or certainly speaking earlier in the week. Number 4 is Hans Andersen, who, bless him, just ran in some ridiculously hot races when a pacemaker for Ballydoyle. He's in calmer waters now. He doesn't represent Aidan O'Brien anymore. Didn't make that much of an impact on Yarden UAE and Dirt's debut last time, but he could run all right. So we'll see. Jamie Osborne coming past with C. Hector, his representative. Number 2 over in the saddling enclosure, that's Cairo, who shouldn't be forgotten, years ago went off favourite, or 2 years ago, went off favourite for a UAE Derby back when with Aidan O'Brien. In fact, he would have been a stablemate of Hans Anderson back in the day. And it's a class drop, 2 runs out here this season, both in Group 2 company. Second to the late great Measured Time in the Al Rashidia. And didn't run too badly behind Poker Face and Holloway Boy last time. He could go okay. Do believe as well that going back up in trip's a smart move, worth another go at the distance. Who else have we got? See, Hector's here. Hans Anderson's there. Number 3, just over on that far side, we'll finish with. That is Dolaley. And Dolaley has always been bred for the job. It's 10 years since his mum won probably the best turf race we've got here, the Shima Classic, in 2015. He switches back to the turf again. That's probably a good move. The form needs a bit of a lift, but some of his European turf form was really good and stood up to the greatest of scrutiny. He was in there with Charin and the like. And I'll tell you what, let's finish with the Miracle Horse, who comes across to the right from the other side of the saddling enclosure. You're about to enter number 1. That is Asasi, the Miracle Horse, who picked up a mysterious injury to a tendon 2 seasons ago when coming over here. Not only did the vets worry he might not race again, they worried he wouldn't be with us. But such is the constitution, and well done to the treatment and everyone at Michael Costa's yard that they've managed to recuperate him, train him back up to be a racehorse, and a pretty good one at that. He won last time. And it might be that there's more to come from him. Michael Costa leading the training ranks this season, and he'll be looking forward to getting the Miracle Horse, Asasi, into group company.
So runners make their way into the parade for the Dubai Millennium Stakes for 700,000 dirham. It is our feature for the night, named after one of the greatest horses to ever spot the Royal Blue in Dubai Millennium. 2,000 metres on turf, and it will be a great race, I'm sure, with 9 fit contenders all earning their place here, hoping to take the winner's check for 420,000. Let's head into, have a look at our first horse. And that is the one in Asasi, the 6-year-old gelding by See the Moon. Ray Dawson retains the ride here after a lovely win at Meydan here over this trip last start. Has to step it up here to Group 3, but getting fitter and fitter every single start. And he is certainly a winning hope here off a rating of 105. Number 2 is Cairo for Alice Haynes and Silvestre de Souza. Last start was 6th behind Poker Face in the Group 2 Zabil Mile. Drops to a Group 3 here for this evening's assignment and draws a good gate in gate number 2. He's a 3-time winner from 17 starts with 8 minor placings to his name. Looking to get on the board here in the 3rd run for the season. Three is Delali, the son of Siuni, Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gudai combined. Comes into gate number 9 here, but the widest of them, full back straight of Meydan to slot in, so gate should be no concern. Just needs to improve on those last 2 runs. Has been down the track, but hopefully has been working up his fitness to get set for tonight's Group 3. Here's Hans Andersen, the son of Frankel for Macau Bravo, Veronica Jandova and LT Racing. Down the track there behind Violent Justice in that 2,000 metre dirt event last start. Over to the turf here for this 2nd run and should be much more suited by the conditions. Highbank has the ace draw here for Danny Tudhope, Simon and Ed Crisford. Runs didn't appear at the right time for him in that last start performance where he was down the track behind First Conquest, who he faces here once again. He faces quite a few of these competitors once again. Hoping to see him improve here and up to 2,000 metres, the longest trip he's been over in quite some time. 6 is Mozart. Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez combined. He's had the 1 run in the country since arriving here, and that was behind Asasi in the 85 to 105 over this trip. Would need to improve on that run and find some of that form before he arrived in Scandinavia. Well, C. Hector was having a bit of a sighter run last time to the races, and he ran out of his skin from back in the field. He got a genuine tempo and shifted off heels. It was just a little bit too late with First Conquest coming clear. He gets a 3.5 kilo weight swing on the international market favourite this time around. That puts him right into contention here for Pat Dobbs from a good gate, gate 3. Stormy Ocean is another son of Frankel contesting the race here. Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley combine here. Dropping him back, he was over 2,000 last time out. He was beaten a distance then. 2 starts ago over 2,200 was a winner at Abu Dhabi. Still yet to find his best form at Meydan here so far this season, but has been known to fire, and he wouldn't be knocking him out of this contention completely, despite the fact that he does come in as the lowest rated galloper by quite some way. And First Conquest will be looking to continue on from that last start performance. Nice winner by 3 3/4 lengths under Macau Barcelona. William Buick jumps on board here. The stable already with 2 winners tonight, and the 4-year-old gelding by Teofilo makes a good bid for success here, hoping to get Charlie Appleby his 8th win in the Dubai Millennium Stakes. That's our field of 9 runners here for tonight's 700,000 dirham feature. And we are very excited to see these horses out very shortly. Highbank's already made his way out onto the track. C. Hector has followed, and the rest will be following suit here as well very shortly. Making their way down to the top of the back chute, 2,000 metres ahead of them on the turf, with the rail right out for tonight's assignment.
It's nice to be joined by the leading trainer of the season so far, Michael Costa, who, I guess, Michael, a week on from Fashion Friday, it's only right to reflect on a couple of superstars, Meydan and Kefaf. And for you, it's only a couple of seasons since you've been out here, but to be having the winners on those major nights must mean everything.
Yeah, it was. When the first season when we arrived, we were still sitting at home on the couch looking on, and it was, you know, it was frustrating, but we knew what we were in for, and we were in a complete rebuilding phase, and we're still going through that. But it was good to you know, have horses compete and win on the big nights. The racing's getting more and more competitive, so to beat the internationals as well with a couple of form horses from the stable was very rewarding for the whole team.
I know it wasn't always ups on the night after we so sadly lost Gussid, but the well-being of Meydan and also, of course, Kefaf, are they all okay for their next race, whatever they might be?
Yeah, good. Meydan will keep here. We're toying with the idea of maybe heading to Saudi, but we'll keep him here for the Ras Al Khor. And then Kefaf, we're just going to work out whether he goes to the 2,800 metre, and then the final goal would be the Gold Cup on World Cup night.
Fantastic, big range target. Well, they're the kind of races they belong in. So much has been spoken about this fellow number one, Asasi, but it is an incredible story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He arrived as a form horse as well, and when he came over in quarantine, just on his travel over, he had an injury to his tendon, and the veterinary report wasn't too supportive that he'd actually make it. They thought there'd be an infection there and he might struggle, but we got him into the stable, treated him. The next phase was the veterinary team didn't think he might make it to the race course. It was going to be a flip of the coin, but he jumped through that fiery hoop as well, and he's just getting better and better with every run.
Taking on Charlie Appleby, who's won this race for the last 7 years, but I guess when you're in the group races at Meydan, that's the kind of thing you have to deal with.
Exactly right. When the Godolphin team rolls in, you know, it's going to be competitive racing, but you know, this is a horse that earned his right to be in this race, and I think he looks a picture tonight.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. Best turned out time ahead of our feature race, the Group 3 Dubai Millennium Stakes, sponsored by Emar, and of course the Best Turned Out Awards, as presented by PHI Advertising. It has gone the way of High Bank. Horse number 5, well done indeed to Imtiaz Kaistagol, who has won the top prize, the 650 dirham. And our thanks once again to Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Right, we get closer and closer to post time ahead of our feature race. The Dubai Millennium Stakes, 25 years on from the great horse, the late great, winning the best race of them all, the Dubai World Cup. And Godolphin, well, they bid for yet another win in this race. It's 10 Dubai Millennium Stakes for the boys in blue, the last 7 of which one trainer, Charlie Appleby. William Buick, 5 wins. So you would be hard pushed to really dogmatically say it ain't going to be for First Conquest. Could it be Charlie Appleby 8 in a row? A horse who, off since winning at the July meeting, was successful and impressively when seemingly the Godolphin second string in the Lord North here 3 weeks ago. Stepping up to 1,800 metres that day, it's another 200 now. And he's stepping into pattern class, but he looked well up to it. 3 from 5, that's his career profile. Mikel Barcelona called him immature, but clearly talented. And he's bred for Meydan. His half-brother Blair House won the Jebel Hatter. There's a lot to be looking forward to with this horse. I think he's very good indeed. I think he's right up to group company. See, Hector's better off with him at the weights. Half a stone better off. But I think they're really going to have to go some to beat that horse. Over on the far side, number 1, that's Asasi. And our thanks to Michael Costa for sharing his thoughts. The top trainer this season so far, and he's dined at the top table with success twice over last week on Fashion Friday, and I gather on international markets there's been support for Asasi. Last time out he beat the Godolphin runners. His defeat of Kefaf 2 starts ago, his stablemate reads well as well, considering that horse was a Fashion Friday winner last time, and the very fact that we have him as a racehorse and have him at all is quite the story in itself. So, will it be 8 in a row for Charlie Appleby? First Conquest and William Buick as the rider bids for a treble on the day. He's only had 2 rides, both of which are won. He's halfway through with Al Qudra, and next up, First Conquest. It's the Dubai Millennium Stakes, and here's our big race caller, Pat Comerford.
700,000 dirham, the prize pool, as First Conquest loads away into line. Here's Stormy Ocean coming up. Hans Anderson and Delaley, the last 2 to complete the field of 9 here for tonight's feature. 2,000 metres ahead of them, and the long back straight. Locked and loaded, ready to run. Away now in the Group 3. High Bank and Cairo caught it well the inside. Delaley's pressing the issue out deeper. Mozart works up into a midfield division with Asasi, C. Hector, Hans Anderson wide. Stormy Ocean was second to last, and the international short price market favourite in First Conquest is last of all, as Delaley works across to the lead here by a length and a tail on Cairo, who runs and up his bum there in second, and now allows the leader to let stride here out in front. C. Hector was third, 4th was High Bank, and 3 lengths back sees Mozart to the outside of Asasi. A length and a half to Hans Anderson, 2 lengths back now a length to Stormy Ocean, who gets a little closer, and First Conquest has tacked onto the back here in the Dubai Millennium Stakes as they run down in search of the 1,200 metre peg. 11.8, 11.89 those sections, and 11.91, so keeping a steady clip as they head down the back here, and the leader has not increased it at all. Delaley leads at a pretty moderate tempo, but is getting it to his own devices. 3 lengths in and clear of Cairo in second. High Bank up to third. C. Hector close enough in 4th. Then came Asasi, who's been okay there, 3 back the fence, but will need to pop off at some stage, racing a little keenly. Mozart keeping him pocketed in from Hans Anderson, Stormy Ocean, and First Conquest still yet to make the looping run around them as Delaley comes back to Cairo. A length and a half now the margin. C. Hector third from High Bank, who travels well, and he's out of trouble at the moment. Asasi now works off into the clear, followed by Mozart. First Conquest having to get mobile, laying over Hans Anderson at the moment, and Stormy Ocean. It's Cairo the leader. Cairo now from High Bank as they start to come from back in the field. Here are the runs. See Hector Asasi, First Conquest. He's getting there slowly but surely here for the Blue Army. See, it's going to be a very nice performance here by First Conquest. Cairo trying hard. First Conquest, the reign of the Blue Army continues in the Dubai Millennium. A length on the line from Cairo. High Bank, fourth over Asasi, and fifth in the run goes to Stormy Ocean from C. Hector. Mozart, Hans Anderson was the last one home along with Delaley. First Conquest, it is Godolphin again. Took a while to wind into the race as well. Ridden a very patient race at the back of the field here, William Buick, but he knew he had the full straight to reel them in, and he did want to lay in a little bit there as they started to turn. He wasn't the best turning around the bend, but he was, as he was straightened up and balanced out, he did find enough here, stopping the clock at 2 minutes .69 in the Dubai Millennium Stakes. And he goes on to defeat Cairo, who's had a very, very solid run into second. High Bank has done plenty right there in third. Asasi will take fourth position there, 10-2, 5-1 in the Dubai Millennium Stakes. And First Conquest makes it 3 on the night here for Godolphin, and Charlie Appleby with his 8th straight Dubai Millennium Stakes. Take a bow, Charlie.
Yeah, and he's just watching on from elsewhere as all of his runners go and win. Over to you, Hallasan or Al Qudra. The choice of William Buick in our last race. Buick 3 from 3 on the day, and 8 in a row, as Pat said, for Charlie Appleby in the Dubai Millennium. That's 11 in this particular race for Godolphin. It wasn't plain sailing, and the horses had to quicken off what was a sedate, a sedentary enough pace. And in truth, for one that's only had 5 starts in his life, maybe he's had to show more grit and determination, really, to belie his inexperience. In the end, he's won fairly tidily. He was worse off at the weights with C. Hector from last time. It was an extra little bit of distance. It was into group company. I think he could have done with a better clip. He could have done with a better trip ride wide, but you can see there on the head-on, William Buick, 6-7 lengths, horse widths, I should say, off the rail. He's been carried wide, and that's not always necessarily the worst place to be, but I could tell that the rider didn't necessarily want things to play out as it did. But First Conquest, who was electric with his turn of foot to win here last time on first run since last July. He's on his last 3 in a row, and I think he's probably a bit better than the actual bare performance, even though it was his first step into group company. Cairo's run really well in second. High Bank got the clearer run today, finished third. Asasi back in fourth from Stormy Ocean. C. Hector, Mozart and Hans Anderson. First Conquest. So often you map out those big race nights and see the Charlie Appleby and William Buick combination next to a load of short price favourites. And so often it's key to take stock and take their side. And tonight is one of those nights. Al Qudra still to come, but it's 3 from 3 with First Conquest.
And those numbers there in the Dubai Millennium Stakes, 10-2, 5-1. 10-2, 5-1. First Conquest, your winner, 2 minutes .69, 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. 10-2, 5-1.
William. William. Hello. Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. He likes coming from the back and coming around the horse. Very strong turn of foot. Good job, guys. Well done, William.
Well, named after one of their greats, the Dubai Millennium Stakes goes to Godolphin for an 11th time. William Buick, his 6th win in the race. Charlie Appleby is 8 in a row. Blue is the colour. It's First Conquest. Well, it's a first opportunity to try the distance and to try group company as well. And it is another tick in the box for First Conquest. Godolphin dominate this race. Charlie Appleby 8 in a row, 6 of which partnered by William Burke for the 3rd time from 3 rides tonight. I get to speak to him afterwards. Well done indeed. It didn't look necessarily plan A the way things went. How did it go?
Well, the plan was also riding quietly like Mikel did when he won it the first day, so that's how he runs best. And you know, that was 9 furlongs, today was 10, so obviously on paper there wasn't a hell of a lot of pace, so the pace was better than what I expected, but it wasn't strong by any means. It didn't feel like that. So I was behind a couple of horses that I knew weren't going to take me into the race. So when the rail is out as far as it is this evening, it's not the easiest to come from the back like that. So he did very well, and he's a horse really going through the grades now.
Well, Mikel Barcelona, after last time, called him, I think he said he's talented but immature as well. So I guess all of that's going to help his learning process, isn't it? The way that he's had to win today.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a horse that, like last time, he got clear running room and came from a similar sort of position. So once he relaxes in his run and does things the right way around, he's got that good finish. So he's always sort of been a talented horse. You wondered what didn't last year. So hopefully he can improve again.
And to make it the 4 from 4, Al Qudra, who I was just watching back his Breeders' Cup, right? He was really lucky to stay on his feet. He was a very good 2-year-old, not unlike Mountain Breeze. He must have a big chance in the last to make it the 4.
Yeah, Al Qudra's a lovely horse, and he's never run a bad race. He always turns up. He's in great shape, and I think when people see him this evening in an hour's or so time, they'll be impressed with what they see. So let's hope he can start off the 2025 season in good fashion. His stablemate Hallasan is his danger, and he's solid. He's going to improve for his first run. So, but like I said about Mountain Breeze, those 3-year-olds turf series races, they're a great incentive, and it's great for horses to go through the grades as 3-year-olds this time of year.
6 wins in this race. Well done.
Thank you.
So the big one of the night, the Dubai Millennium Stakes, goes to the brilliant First Conquest. Time now to present the trophies, all three of them, and welcoming back up for the 6th time and for the feature race. And with our thanks from Imar, Ahmad Al-Matroushi, Executive Director of the firm, to present the Imar Dubai Millennium Stakes Group 3. And for a record 11th time in this race, on behalf of Godolphin, the winning owners, and of course this race eulogising one of their own, welcome up Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. And what about for the winning trainer? That's a record 9, 8 in a row. Charlie Appleby, who in his absence, welcoming Sophie Chrétien. And records come a-tumbling down for the 6th time in the Dubai Millennium Stakes, and of course the 3rd tonight, welcoming William Buick. And we can welcome back in the winning owners, and indeed the winning trainer representative, of course, 25 years on from arguably the greatest they've ever had. The Dubai Millennium Stakes goes to Godolphin. Right, leg 3 of the 4, Faces at the Races, 31st of January edition. The camera is gone wandering. Where have we been? We've been inside, we've been outside. Now, I think we're at the paddock garden. If you can't concentrate on Faces at the Races, sir, you can't win. Oh, look, it would be a bit cruel to... No, we've done it. I thought we were going to give it to a child, but no, we're pulling away. Oh, there you go. You can share it with the kids. No, you can't. Quite cruel, really, isn't it? If you don't claim the prize, 500 dirham goes a begging, but you are the latest winner of Faces at the Races!
south over 2,200 metres on the dirt. Our first horse is Al Warith, the son of Arrogate, Jose Santiago for Salam bin Gadaya. He's a one-time winner. That came a little while ago. He's had a few runs so far this season. He's been all over the place, and he returns to Meydan here off a last time performance at Sharjah in a 0-75. He has to carry the top weight of 60.5. Few of our Russian contenders here. Gun Crew, the first one here. Doug Watson, Sam Hitchcock. He was he's had a couple of group domestic runs in Russia before making his way here. Gun Crew stepping out here for his first run in the UAE. Hasn't been seen at the races since September 2024. Well, Guns and Glory gets out further in distance, which will only improve him. The son of Gun Runner, Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea, already combining for a winner this evening. Maybe hoping to see Guns and Glory go on with it here. He is the international market elect, coming off a 4th last time out in behind Violent Justice over 2,000 metres. Truth Explained could be his biggest threat, the son of Justify. He's had the one run in the country, running 3rd behind Garcid over 1,800 metres at Jebel Ali. He makes his Meydan debut this evening and will be much fitter for that run coming into this first time out here. He is a big chance in the event. Well, if they go hard up in front and they start to stop, you can be sure that Valdivia will be flashing late in the piece. He was on the turf last time out over 2,400. He comes back onto the dirt where he was a winner 2 starts ago, breaking his maiden, and that was at the back end of last year. Much more suitable conditions for him here. Here's the filly, Kibo Masaki for Salam bin Gadaya. Bernardo Pinheiro does ride. Beaten a neck by Musa at Sharjah last time to the races, and steps up in trip to 2,200 metres. We haven't seen a filly over this distance for quite some time. Seven is Al Mukhtar, beaten a narrow margin by Valdivia in maiden company last time out. Still looking to shake that maiden tag, but Valdivia and Al Mukhtar both come into this, and the maiden was strong enough to be figuring here with a right run in transit. Inner Wisdom comes back here to Meydan, was beaten a distance here 2 starts ago over a mile, since went to Jebel Ali, ran 3rd there on that occasion behind Secret Manor. Fitness will be no query whatsoever, just needs to get the head in front here and get the first win for the career. Well, many would say Tactical Bound had his chance to win last time out to the races. He struck an easy enough maiden at Jebel Ali and wasn't to be, behind Secret Manor, running 2nd on that occasion. He's drawn a little wide here in this contest, which may make it a little difficult for him to find a spot in running. But I mean, his form at Meydan is good enough from last season, and fitness shouldn't be a query. 10 is Serena's Fame, Royston French for Omar Darag, and Mr. Amin Al Noor draws the ace, yet to figure in 4 starts, would need to be very good to be winning this. Runners will be heading out shortly here, 2,200 metres ahead of them here for the Imar South, our stayers test on dirt.
Okay, time for the Best Turned Out Awards ahead of race 7. Guns and Glory is your winner. Horse number 3. Well done to Abag Singh, who is receiving the 650 dirham prize. And if you are casting your eye at the big screen and seeing that the clarity of shot is better and better, it's because we've upgraded our camera operator. Hamdan Al-Sabusi, thank you very much indeed. The cheque will be in the post. And thank you indeed to Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. The happiest man at Meydan lifts his prize aloft. Horses on their way down for the 7th of 8 races, and it is run over 2,200 metres on the dirt, the maximum staying trip. And the first horse that we pick up will be the market leader internationally, Guns and Glory, number 3. Will be a form pick for some, I'm sure, on the best of what he can do. Steps up yet further in trip. There he is in the colours of Mrs. Fitri Hay. 4th here to Violent Justice last time out. But that probably underlines to me that the season 24-25 hasn't been as good as last year. He looked pretty epic last March when winning by a landslide before Connections bowled him into the UAE Derby, and it wasn't really shooting to the stars. He didn't run too badly, he was quite well beaten, but they were entitled to do so. Still got time to recapture some of that form, but Guns and Glory, even on ratings, he's the pick. Still has a question or two to answer, to my mind at least. Tygo O'Shea looks for a double. 4 is Truth Explained. Pat Dobbs takes the ride. And looks a stable first string. Another Kazakhstan import. Haven't been in the States actually prior. 3rd to the so sadly ill-fated Garcid on UAE debut at Jebel Ali. Was a position behind Tactical Bound that day, which to me looks good form, I'd say, or reasonable form. I'd expect further progression from him. He's a fine looking horse as well, and we're lesser wise to the talents here in the UAE of Truth Explained, having had only 1 run. I think he can improve. Number 9 is the aforementioned Tactical Bounds. Tactical Bounds should be solid. Runner-up at Jebel Ali last twice. Mentioned one of those runs. and excuses why it didn't happen first up in the season when well beaten by Valdivia. He's not the only one in the lineup whose form claims in 2024, 25 or don't look quite as strong as last season, but probably too soon to rule him out. I think it's a congregation of horses with a few questions to answer. Pat Comerford and I, when going through this race earlier, were slightly suspicious about one or two of these and their application at the moment, but there are still, or is still, time for all that to change. Valdivia, number 5, surface swapper, ran here over 2,400 metres 3 weeks ago on the turf behind Thundering. Was a good run, but the 2,000 metre maiden win here in December is okay form and should stand up. Tactical Bound was further back that day, but found to be lame, so give him another chance up against Valdivia. I gather we're still waiting on Inner Wisdom. Horse number 8, lesser exposed. Horse is potentially still on the up. A once raced horse for Godolphin. Before switching out here, steps up in distance, needs a form lift. Maybe a little bit of extra distance on the pedigree could be a good thing. Serena's Fame, number 10, who was rank outsider when having a look at the betting earlier, is being resaddled, or has been resaddled. She's not shown much at all, and the rating that she's got would suggest today is too much of a test to see her in the money. Anyway, race 7, fast approaching. And with that, we'll join up with Pat Comerford. Pat, I know we've debated this race earlier on. I'm still no closer to finding the winner.
No, like I agree with you there, Nick. It's a tough one, and just having a look at the exchange overseas, and it seems to be the exact case. Guns and Glory's slightly out, if anything. Bit of late support here as well for Tactical Bound right at the death knock as well. One could say he had his chance to win last time out at Jebel Ali. Wasn't to be. But I think the people and the form pundits, both here and overseas, are just as clueless as we are, Nick, and who is going to take this race out. Tuffy. As Guns and Glory loads away, Serena's Fame, as we mentioned, had a resettle behind the starting stalls. Has since been loaded away, and Inner Wisdom is the last one to be brought up into line. 2,200 metres set for the Yamar South. And away now. Guns and Glory was fast to show early. Good speed from Gun Crew, Inner Wisdom, and deeper out Tactical Bound works forward. Valdivia next, Truth Explained, also working up into a forward position. Then came Serena's Fame from Al Mukhtar, Kibo Masaki, and Al Warith out to his usual rearward roll, but getting slightly detached here in the early stages. Pace quite good past the 1,800 metres as they approach the post with a lap to travel. It's going to be Guns and Glory, a long neck, ahead of Tactical Bound in second. Caught a little deep on the track here, Truth Explained, as he heads into this first bend. Gun Crew, the other Russian counterpart, to the inside with Inner Wisdom. Kibo Masaki's going to work up to 3 back on the fence. Al Mukhtar's deeper out, getting a little cover. Same to be said for Valdivia. Then came Serena's Fame, and Al Warith now 4 lengths detached from second last. It's Guns and Glory, and they're not breaking any records here. 11.68, 11.91, 12.46. O'Shea's been able to back it off here as they swing onto the back section of the course here. 1,200 metres to go. He's a length and a half in advance of Tactical Bound. Truth Explained's going to have to cop the medicine, 3 deep and without cover, and has been there the trip so far. Gun Crew getting an okay run in behind, but just dropped the bit now. Inner Wisdom was next as Guns and Glory started to click it up a little bit up in front. Al Mukhtar was next from Valdivia, Kibo Masaki. A few of these really labouring at the back of the field here, including Serena's Fame and Al Warith. Guns and Glory is getting it all to his own liking here as O'Shea injects the tempo once again. Next came Tactical Bound from Truth Explained, who's also trying to get into the race here, but being passed now by Valdivia. He'll stay all day here. Then came Inner Wisdom from Al Mukhtar, and Gun Crew's dropping back with Kibo Masaki, but this could be the easiest win of the night. Look at Guns and Glory. He shoots clear here by 8 lengths, and he's getting further and further in front as they get closer to the post. Running on Inner Wisdom, trying to get back into the race here as well. Truth Explained along with Valdivia, Tactical Bound, but this is very, very impressive. Up to 2,200 metres, it was the key, and it is all guns and glory going on to score here in nice fashion. Inner Wisdom second over. Truth Explained, I think, has scraped in for third. From next over there, Tactical Bound and Valdivia in a photo for fourth. Gun Crew was next, Al Mukhtar next over, Kibo Masaki, then came Al Warith and Serena's Fame. Well, unfortunately, the mare's race was done with very, very early, but that is the easiest win of the night, and a bit of guns and glory from early in last season where we saw him win in similar fashion. He had it all his own way, and it was a great ride by Tiger O'Shea. He slowed it up when he wanted, and he quickened up again to his own liking. He did not see another horse leading all the way here for 2,200 metres. Guns and Glory streets them by 11 3/4.
Yeah, and feast your eyes on him. That is the wide margin winner of the 7th race. That is Guns and Glory, who's back to something like that last March form to go and win by a landslide. He did that day, he's done it again. And just dictated to a nicety by Tiger O'Shea. The extra distance, yeah, no problem whatsoever. But on the day, there has been no point of that race that he wasn't much the best. The 2,200 metres, he's eaten up every ounce of dirt along that inside trip. And Tiger O'Shea, with the watchmaker's clock in his head, he knew exactly how he was going to go and execute this. He has been a bit disappointing this season, given the fact that he hasn't been able so far to add to his winning tally. But don't forget, horse was fast-tracked last year into the UAE Derby after his emphatic win. They've known he's a good animal all the way through. And on this occasion, he showed it. It was the highest rated horse in the race, and the conditions of this race entitled him to show inferior horses the quality. Now, I gather, over the 2,200 metres, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be a Dubai World Cup winning time, courtesy of the fact that we're an extra 200 metres more, but 2:17.11 puts it as a track record. It's not a distance we see all that often, but even still, Guns and Glory has lowered the track record over the 2,200 metres. Where next? We shall see. He's battered them.
And yes, it is a track record confirmed, 2:17.11, the confirmed time, lowering the track record by 14/100ths of a second, previously held by Book Review for Macau Barcelona back in 2021. A new track record here in race number 7, Guns and Glory, numbers 3, 8, 4 and 9 in race 7.
That's fine, boys. Good job, sir. Thank you.
Tiger O'Shea at the double. He takes the lead in the Jockeys' Championship. That's going to run and run. Bhupat Seema once again the winning trainer on the night, and the colours of Mrs. Fitriana. Hey, today was the day for Guns and Glory. We'll get a word in a moment with Tiger O'Shea for the second time tonight. 8th of March last year was when the horse really impressed all here at Meydan under Tiger O'Shea with a good win, a wide margin win, which prompted a run in the UAE Derby. This is what happens when you're a champion jockey. Everyone wants a piece of you, Tiger. Look, I know it's not often 2,200 metres is used, but the track record gone?
Yeah, look, he's a lovely horse. He was well entitled on ratings to put in a good performance tonight. He'd been training beautifully at home. Just set the boot, but beforehand we'll just let him point his toe if something wants, if one or two want to go in front of him, no problem. He's very, very easy horse, very straightforward. As I said, he came out well on ratings tonight, and the race set up good for him, and he's a good genuine star.
Has there always, I mean, there's always been, as you say, the ability in there. It wasn't completely wild to put him in the UAE Derby last year, was it?
No, listen, you can see how big he is there. He was still a shell of a horse last year, even though, you know, he broke his maiden by 9 lengths or whatever, and, you know, there's only one UAE Derby, and his owners, Jim and Fitria Hay, are great supporters of racing around the world, and, you know, we were all keen to get him in the race, and look, he's really grown into himself this year, and he's held some deep company early on, and probably allowing for a lot of our horses in the barn for needing his first run. He had a very good run here last time, and he got a bit scrimmaged out of it down the back straight, and I got off him that night, and I said to Alex Cole, I think he was a bit more value for what he was beating, so we just said we'd give him a good smooth run tonight. He's a big horse, and he's one of those, if you get stopped in him, you know, he's that big stride, he likes to get on with it.
Right, I'll tell you what, everyone wants one, so can I just have a quick selfie?
Thanks, mate.
And correct weight in race number 7, 3.849. Correct weight, race 7. Guns and Glory, a track record, 2:17.11, and goes on to win by over 10.
Race 7 has been won and absolutely dominated, torn apart by Guns and Glory, a son of the very talented Gun Runner. And he's our 7th winner of the night. Time to welcome up the presenter of the trophy for the 7th time of the 8, Mr. Ahmad Al-Matroushi, Executive Director from Emaar, for the penultimate time of this evening. And on behalf of the owner, Mrs. Fitriana Hay, I'd like to welcome up the winning trainer. Congratulations, an emphatic performance, Bhupat Seema. So the last race is the 8th. It is the Jumeirah Guineas Trial, and I have aspirants for the big one, the 1st of March Super Saturday in Jumeirah Guineas. Mountain Breeze has already flexed her muscles in potential anticipation of the fillies equivalent. What about the colts? Well, all eyes on this fella, the No Nay Never son, that is Al Qudra. He's the class act in the context of this, and William Buick's 3 rides have yielded 3 winners. Hopes will be higher that it's going to be 4. He won the Pat Edery at Ascot over New Century. Before that, form was reversed in the Grade 1 Summer Stakes at Woodbine. And he finished last season in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, where he was lucky to stay on his feet. So you can upgrade his defeats, 6.5 lengths as it was. I think he was better than that, and his form should carry him to victory alone. Versatile horse, a classy horse. Number 3, Blue Burton, red hood on. The trainer's already said it'd be great to get some prize money. His task on form's a difficult one. Goes up in trip. He won over 1,000 metres in the UK, but this should be difficult. Number 5, that's Desert Shadow. Once raced 4 weeks ago. Made the debut here over 1,400. That was behind Halasan. Should be able to build on it. It's got a superb pedigree by Siuni out of Soliloquy, the dam who won the Nell Gwyn for Godolphin a few years ago, and has already produced Royal Power, who we saw a beaten favourite here on Festive Friday. Almanadi, number 2, goes down. That's Blue Burton, number 3. This is number 5. That is Desert Shadow. Let's finish with number 6. This is Halassan, perhaps the biggest threat to Al Qudra, and he comes from the same barn. I think William Buick said as much as well. He's got his stablemate to beat, and in a form sense, he holds a few of these and holds the aces on that run, albeit when beaten long odds on here a few weeks ago. Perhaps another 200 metres, and having had that run should suit him. He's already a big earner. He won a big pot at the St Ledger meeting at Donny last year, so he's a big field, a big prize money performer, and he might be the biggest threat to William Buick making it a clean sweep of 4 on the night.
Opening day of the Six Nations Day, which will involve drinking copious amounts of Guinness. Are you back on tonight or tomorrow? Oh, you're off to Bruges, yeah. What, then can we go for next Friday?
Runners are into the parade here for the final event. It is the Jumeirah Guineas Trial for a nice $500,000 dirham, 300,000 dirham to the winner. It is the Jumeirah Guineas Trial, 8 furlongs on the turf, and once again the rail out 12. One is the horse to beat, Al Qudra, rated 110, the 3-year-old colt by No Nay Never. Godolphin team already with 3 winners tonight. They look to make it a nice cool 4 here and have a great hand in the race. Al Qudra heads up their team. Group 1 contender, multiple Group 1 contender. A horse who oozes class. Will take some beating in an event like this and gets nice conditions here. Coming in at almost level weights and well above a lot of these horses in ratings as well. It's Al Qudra's race to win. Number 2 is Elmo Nady, Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish for Mr. Ahmed Al Sheikh. On debut here, this son of Hello Zain, out of a Montju mare, and steps out here for the first time. This looks tough. Number 3 is Blue Burton, the son of Saxon Warrior, Lucci Body and Andrew Slattery combined. Has got the form over in the UK, yet to step out onto the course here at Meydan, and was last seen at the races on the 4th of January at Southall on the all-weather over 7. So back onto the turf here and up in distance for the debut assignment in the Middle East. Syed bin Saror saddles up Castle Gates, the son of Far. Sylvester de Souza doing the riding here. Castle Gates spots the white cap in this upcoming event, beaten a distance behind Golden Vacoma in the first up run in the country. Stable also have Desert Shadow. Ben Cohen will ride, spotting the red cap here. Has had the 1 run. That was behind Age of Gold, running 5th, beaten 23.5 lengths. Stepping up in trip, should be a plus here for the 3-year-old colt by Siuni, who's had the race day experience here now already. Halassan is the 6th, the gelding by Pinatubo. Charlie Appleby and Richard Mullen combine from a good gate. Never run out of the money. 2 wins and 4 minors from 6 starts, and was narrowly defeated by Age of Gold last time out to the races. Certainly makes a nice case here, does Halassan in this upcoming event, and Richard Mullen to do the riding off a rating of 101. Nadawi is one of 2 runners for Rashid Vorsley. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride with the white cap, draws 10 of 10, and has been beaten at distance the last 3. Looks outclassed here. Adis Sahan has only had the 2 starts to date down the track on both occasions, but has faced a few of these, has had 2 runs already this month. This is the 3rd run in January, so has had quite a few attempts at Meydan here already. Hopefully up to a mile, and 3rd up for the campaign. We'll see him peaking for this and can put in a career best run. The Fingal Raven, another winning chance in the race here. The son of Memis, Jamie Osborne and Ardrey de Vries combined. Best of luck to Connections here. 3rd, beaten 4 lengths by Age of Gold last time out, over 1,400 metres. The extra trip and the ace draw should see him making a threat at some stage. And Warbear, our final horse, Carlos Lopez and Niels Peterson combined. Beaten 11 lengths last time out behind Age of Gold, running 4th on that occasion, so has faced a few of these. Up to 1,600 metres here for tonight's assignment, and 2 starts ago was a winner at Bro Park over a mile, so this could be the more suitable trip. Nick Lightfoot, it's down to you.
Thank you very much, Pat Comerford. Delighted to be joined by a trainer who's not going to be winning the last race. He's not represented, but Bhupat Seema already 2, or had 2 on the day. Guns and Glory and undefeated. Let's start with the most recent one. That was really striking in the semblance of a win from Guns and Glory like he did last year to prompt you to run in the Derby.
Yeah, look, he's by one of the best stallions in the world on the dirt, and he's owned by Fitri Hay and Dr. Jim Hay. They've got a great team, Alex Cole, who found the horse, and you know, they invest so much into racing, and it's great to see that we can get results for them.
What could you do with him now? He's broken the track record. We've touched on that, 2,200 metres. It needs an asterisk, doesn't it? Not too many, but stamina's no problem, and he can travel at speed.
Yeah, that's his weapon. Look, stamina's his weapon. There are not too many races at 2,200 metres. I didn't know he broke the track record, but you know, we'll take it, and you know, we'll keep it in the record books.
Earlier today, undefeated, you said, sort of tongue-in-cheek, finally, about the success today. Has it been a little frustrating it hadn't happened before now?
You know, Mr. Saeed Sohail, he's won 2 Epsom Derbies, he's won the King George, he's won the Guineas, and this is his country, and you know, I trained a horse for him, and he said, go and buy me 2 horses. So there was a lot of pressure. You know, he's won 2 derbies. I told him, I said, we're going to win you a derby one day. So hopefully the dream is still alive.
I like it. And the name suggests he should be good.
Well, you know, I think we put him in the deep end with that name, but look, it's undefeated, could be undefeated in many different ways. It just doesn't have to be on a racetrack.
We'll watch on. Can I just reflect on last week? How is Tuz first up?
Yeah, Tuz is brilliant. You know, Tuz is Tuz. You know, I think he's an improving 8-year-old.
He gave us a little fright, didn't he? Was it almost a coming together with the rail, or he changed his feet? Something happened a bit, didn't it?
Well, the thing with Tuz is that he's very hard to change leads.
Yeah, okay.
And last couple of races, you know, Ty gets along with him so well, and he knows this horse really well. And we know that he needs to get on a fresh leg, you know, not on a tired leg. If he could help it, he could just go on the left lead on the whole way round. But we learned once he changes his leg, he just gets into a whole different. He gets into a turbo.
Super Saturday next.
That's the plan.
And Walk of Stars, who is just he's the finished article this year. I make no exception for the fact that he's my favourite horse about. I think he'd been a nearly horse. He's now not a nearly horse. He's right there.
Yeah, he's been a bridesmaid so many times. You know, he's run second so many times, and it's great to see that he's finally doing it. He's showing his potential. He's a Dubawi. I believe that they just keep improving with age, and you know, he's just a great horse to have.
And next for him,
I would think it's Saudi.
Okay, and on the topic of Saudi, Laurel River cut back and just defeated on his first run back. Is he Saudi bound?
Yeah, look, Laurel River, it was disheartening to see the best horse in the world get beat, but you know, it's quite humbling as well. This is what horse racing is all about. He was only about 80% fit, and but we're at least consistent with him. You know, he got beat first time out for Bob Baffert, first time out for us, and then he got beat again the first time out. So, you know, he'll improve leaps and bounds from here on.
So I wouldn't think there's, certainly watching on, any reason to lose any faith in him after that.
No, absolutely not. No, this was, look, his main aim is the later on races, and this was just a jog in the park.
Looking forward to it. Bhupat, thank you for sticking around.
Thank you so much.
Right, last time we are announcing the Best Turned Out award winner, the 8th and final race. It's gone to Al Qudra, who might just be the lightest winner of this race as well. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their outstanding work, and indeed Mr. Ali Essa, their CEO, for presenting the prize. Now, we've welcomed him back, Mr. Maktoum Al-Sabusi. He's not content with that static, brilliant framework. It's a track and deliver. What an outstanding artistry that is. And our thanks indeed to not only the presenter, but also the groom, Mr. Vishan Singh, 650 dirham richer, and of course, Mr. Al-Sabusi. Well done, top man with the camera. So for the 8th and final time, they go into the stalls, or will do. And Al Qudra is the headline act in this race. William Buick looking to make it 4 on the night. It's already been for a Mountain Breeze, for First Conquest, and for Romantic Style. The final leg is Al Qudra. William Buick had the choice, him or Hallasan, and he picks the very much leading 2-year-old of last season. What a class act he was, and might well still be. He looks the part, and he was unlucky not to finish a good bit closer. Unlucky in the Breeders' Cup, lucky that he stayed on his feet. Let's hope we see the best of him here. The international markets were all the rage for Al Qudra earlier, and we'll see whether he can make it 4 on the night for Charlie Appleby and for William Buick. Hallasan is potentially chief threat, and he comes from the same barn. He's by Pinatubo. He was turned over at odds on by Age of Gold last time, but that's a key form race. 1,400 metres that distance, 1,600 metres here. Jamie Osborne fancies that the Fingal Raven, who was third actually, can reverse the form with Hallasan, or can get a bit closer, certainly to the Godolphin horses. He's already a big earner, having won the sales race at the St Ledger meeting. And maybe the Fingal Raven can put it up to him this time around. But are they all playing for places in behind Al Qudra? We'll find out. I do like the Fingal Raven. Jamie Osborne absolutely loves him. He thinks he's got loads of ability, and they popped the hood on as well. He's a length and a bit to make up with Hallasan from last time. His trainer certainly believes he can compete with the Godolphin runners. It's only his second run since gelding. They sent him forward last time, and perhaps he just tired a bit. It's 1,600 metres here, an extra 200 to contend with, but he'll be race fit, sharper. And he could be a big threat to the boys in blue. And it's not just Al Qudra and Hallasan, they've also got Castle Gates, and they've got Desert Shadow. So in goes Hallasan. One by one, they're all going to do exactly the same thing. We're yet to see Al Qudra go forward. But for the 8th and final race, we'll go up with thanks to Pat Comerford.
Yeah, thank you very much for your assistance tonight as well, Nick. It's been a wonderful evening, and what a great race to finish it as well. For $500,000 dirham. I'd say the people tuning in overseas, we may have more of a viewership here as well, because I'd say the accumulators are on and alive for this final races. The horse that we'll be all looking at, Al Qudra, loads away here. He is a short international market favourite. Nadawi, the last one to lock up. Set here, Jumeirah Guinea's trial, we go a mile. Right now, and now we're not. The Fingal Raven, something going on the inside. So they're just working upon the Fingal Raven, the inside. So stand by here. So they're going to back this one out here. So the Fingal Raven coming out. As you can see here, ERA vets David Craig and Nigel Hazelden just having a look over. And I look, that was a wave forward. And he's going to come straight back in here, the Fingal Raven. So stand by for a start. Rest of the field waiting patiently. The Fingal Raven, though, now not wanting to play ball. Up comes the son of Memis. And now we're set here. Right now. And they're immediately sent on their way. And the Fingal Raven was leapt up in the air there and cost himself a couple at the start. Nadawi fast away the outside. He's going to work across. Hallasan works up. Al Qudra in the first three, splits the middle of them. Then came Blue Burton from next in running Desert Shadow, and Nadawi, Sahan rather's up on the fence. Then came Castle Gates, who's a little wide down the back here as they approach the top turn from War Bear, Elmo Nady, and the Fingal Raven attaches onto the end. It is going to be Nadawi who's going to roll them, and deeper off the track here goes up to take the lead here. But he won't be able to slam over with ease here as Hallasan made him work for it, now settling down into second, about 2 lengths off the speed. A similar margin to Al Qudra in third, travelling along well. He just threw the head up in the air there, racing a bit keen here, the favourite. Blue Burton was next. Castle Gates improves 3 deep. Then came Sahan from Desert Shadow, Elmo Nady on that 3 wide train. The Fingal Raven is out to the end now with Blue Burton. It's up in front though, running along well, Nadawi. Then came Hallasan, who now gets within a half length. Blue Burton, my apology, actually a lot closer today. That was War Bear. Al Qudra working out here now into the clear, along with Castle Gates. It's Hallasan, the one to chase here. He beats off Nadawi. Al Qudra is going to have to chase him down, and Hallasan's going to make him fight for it. It's Hallasan and Al Qudra. Al Qudra trying to get on level terms with Hallasan, who's very, very game. Hallasan staving him off at the moment. Al Qudra trying to get on level terms. Charlie Appleby 1 and 2, but it's going to be the second stringer. Hallasan gets a quartet for Charlie Appleby and wraps up a really nice night in the Jumeirah Guinea's trial. Al Qudra second. Third over was the Fingal Raven. He's run on very well in the late stages. Next was Castle Gates from Nadawi, who stuck on to about 5th from War Bear, Sahan. Next over Desert Shadow from Elmo Nady. And the last one home there, Blue Burton, who dropped away there in the final stages. Hallasan goes on to win. He was the clear second pick in the market. And, well, it's capped off a really nice night for the stable. 4 winners for Charlie Appleby. And Hallasan has had to be brave to fight off Al Qudra in the final stages. The Fingal Raven's gone on to run a really nice race from the back. He'll find himself in third, and Nadawi will take fourth in the end there as well after a tough run on speed. 6, 1, 9 and 7. 6, 1, 9 and 7 in the Jumeirah Guineas trial. Nick Lightfoot, not the result I'm sure people were expecting, the way the market was shaping, but a great performance by both horses, and Halassan, a deserved winner of the last.
Yeah, it's funny that William Buick's only defeat on the night's come to a stablemate, but such is the nature of these kind of races. Positions key, first run key, fitness key. Halassan with a tick in the box in all of them, and you can see Buick getting more and more animated on Al Qudra on his first run for a little while. Halassan had that to blow out the cobwebs. Yes, he was turned over at odds on last time out, but it's first run and he's kept on as well. It's a fine result for Charlie Appleby, who has sent out runners in 4 different races today and won them all. Latest of them, the last of them, Halassan. And that is the 600th success as well for Richie Mullen. Only a few weeks on from Tiger O'Shea notching up 800, 600 for Richie Mullen, the 3-time champion jockey out here. And what a way to do it, riding in the Godolphin Blue here at Meydan as well. Congratulations, Richie Mullen. Halassan it is, who's beaten Al Qudra. The Fingal Raven ridden differently with the hood on. He's finished third, got a little fractures beforehand. Nadawi fourth, Castle Gates, another Godolphin runner, finished in fifth. But Halassan, a 1-2 for Charlie Appleby, and a night that Richie Mullen won't be forgetting. 600 wins here in the UAE.
And the numbers in the Jumeirah Guineas trial, sponsored by Imar. The final event, 6, 1, 9 and 7, 6, 1, 9 and 7. Time 1:36.30. The winner's time there, 6, 1, 9 and 7 in the last.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done.
My first one was for Godolphin, and my 600. Oh, yeah. My first one was for Saeed. I don't want
to. Good 600, Richie. Well done.
Halassan comes back in as the winner of the 8th and final race tonight. Once again in the blue of Godolphin, we welcome 4 winners for them on the day, all of which trained by Charlie Appleby, and for good measure, he's had a 1-2. Halassan beating Al Qudra, but this race will be remembered as a milestone for one of the UAE perennials, the 3-time champion jockey here. 600 on the board. Show your appreciation for Halassan, and the man aboard, Richie Mullen.
So honest and he gets through the line. Thank you.
So the 8th and final winner of the night was Hassan, Richie Mullen aboard. He's just weighing in, and we'll get a word with the multiple champion jockey as well on what's been a landmark night for him. But we certainly want to get a word on the horse who was turned over at odds on the international markets last time out. He's beaten stablemate, the much fancied Al Qudra. Richie, well done indeed. First run, fitness, a good horse anyway. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, he is a good horse, like you say. Obviously, he probably had the edge over fitness-wise over Al Qudra. You know, look, he's a smart horse, but my lad, he's not over big, but he's very, very genuine, you know. And like I say, he travels extremely well. When the horse on the outside came to him, he was a little bit lit up early doors, but one thing he does, he puts his neck out and he really tries and gallops all the way to the line. But like I say, he's come on for that first run. Will just thought he would have, you know, come forward for it, and I think that'll be the same for the like of Al Qudra. And
I suppose when the call comes in to ride for Charlie Appett, even though you're on the so-called second string, you're not going to be on any old slouch, are you?
No, you take second, third, fourth strings for this outfit. You know, it's a huge honour to ride for them, and especially that being the 600th. So
yes.
The first one was for Godolphin back in '97. I won the Alpha 84 on Grasalima. That was number one, so it seems quite appropriate that number 600s for the same firm. So different trainers, but all in all, it's for His Highness, and I owe the Maktoum family an awful lot, just personally for my career and privately for being in this country for so long. My kids are growing up here. It's a great environment to bring up the children, and yeah, we've been very, very fortunate.
You've been three-time champion jockey, 28 years, as you said, the symmetry of 600. Are you quite emotional when you think about what you've achieved in that time, and you think about the great moments, the championships, and as you say, to go from a young man in Godolphin's colours to 28 years later doing exactly the same thing at a brand new racecourse that never existed when you came out?
Yeah, I think it is quite emotional, and I think for an average jockey I've done all right, actually. No, look, good horses make good jockeys, and I've been very fortunate to be involved with, you know, not indirectly but over the years for His Highness and the whole family, you know, and they've been probably my biggest supporters if you look through it. And yeah, like I say, look, championships were great because that's a year-on process. Obviously, look, I still look back at Ronaldo winning the Golden Shaheen, and that was a memorable moment. But they're all memorable, and this is just as memorable. You know, this will take pride on the mantelpiece as well.
So 600 up. What would you like to go on and achieve, Richie, in the time that you choose to keep riding here? It's been life, it's been home, it's been everything in between.
Okay, obviously, look, as long as I'm fit and healthy and I feel great, and I'm still getting the rides, yeah, I'll keep riding. And you know, one day when it comes to an end, and like I say, racing retires you, you don't retire racing. And when it gives up on me, I'd like to give something back to this country because it's been such a great place. So, you know, if that's indirectly helping the club or helping one of the younger trainers coming through, I'd like to do that because it'd be my way of thanking them, you know, supporting the younger generation coming through. So, yeah, I'm not going anywhere just yet, but I think in the long run, we'll be here for quite a while, touch wood.
Top man, well done.
Thank you.
Richie Mullen, who's partnered Hassan, and the result is official, correct weight. Thank you very much indeed for joining us for 8 wonderful races. 4 winners for Godolphin. That was expected. I thought we were going to get the Buick 4-timer, Pat Comerford, esteemed caller, alongside. It didn't quite happen, but we had an amazing story in our final race.
No, it was really good. I mean, great to see Richie, who's given so much to racing here in the Middle East for such a long time, be rewarded with a win here. I'm sure that he would have loved to have broken that 600 record here at Meydan, more so than any track. I mean, it's the centrepiece of racing here in the UAE, isn't it? And you know, it was great to see him do it. I mean, it's very funny. The horse that he overtook and beat with Age of Gold the start before, and he's now been able to do it on board Halassan, defeating Al Qudra. But look, I mean, what a night for Charlie Appleby. I mean, it just goes to show, and I know Charlie is a quintessential part of the Godolphin operation, steering the ship, but I mean, it goes so much deeper than that. They're a massive team. They are so professional in what they do, and you know, you can have great horses and expensive horses, but you've still got to get them on song at the right time to do the right things and win, have the right people on board to be able to steer them around. And yeah, I mean, they're just a really tidy operation, aren't they? You know, 4 winners for them. It's just another night at the office, isn't it?
Yeah, and yeah, I guess it is. And the way that the carnival is framed, you've got Mountain Breeze, Guineas Trail winner, so too, of course, what we've just seen with Halassan, but Romantic Style could well just go to Super Saturday like the others. First Conquest we'll see as well. They're all winning today with big sights in the next month or so.
Well, I think we said it was a stepping stone night tonight. We wanted to see these horses coming through, utilising these races tonight for bigger and better things down the track. I mean, we've seen Mountain Breeze do exactly what we hoped, onwards and upwards to bigger and better things. I mean, we haven't had a filly win the Alquoz for a very long time, and I remember I just saw Laura King posting about it a bit earlier on. We haven't had a filly for a long time, and I mean, I think Romantic Style probably makes the bid as the star of mystery for this year's Alquoz. She's probably the filly that is going to be down in the weights, trying to contest against a few of these internationals that are coming in to win that. I mean, it's another one for the Royal Blue on the night of nights, and you know, I think a logical contender.
We picked a few winners.
Yeah,
we differed as well. I think we picked 3 Godolphin horses together. Don't get me wrong, they went and won, but there was a winner or 2 elsewhere.
Yeah, there was. I mean, it was good. We got Smart System in the first race, which was a nice win on speed. I mean, your pick of Kanjar was pretty clutch as well. I mean, did exactly what we would have hoped. I mean, Jim Crowley was pretty adamant that the horse jumped very well. It was just about how the horse travelled in the race, and he was able to get out, and you could see how, even though how old, you know, he's 6 years old now, but he was so raw down the straight. You know, he was just obviously raring to go, and yeah, he put his best foot forward tonight, and yeah, duly got the win.
Way back when, we started by previewing it in the afternoon over there in the paddock garden with Pizza Express behind us. We were crammed on a bench. This is actually much more pleasurable just being able to stand. Pizza Express, what was it, anchovies, ham and pineapple?
Yeah, I know. I don't think there'll be many people following it. And I've already copped flack from the studio team about how disgraceful of a pizza order that is. Fair enough, each to their own, but I like it.
Yeah,
and you know what? More anchovies, the better.
But I'm just thinking the multitude of flavours in one bite. But
oh yeah, it's a party in your mouth, and I'm the only one
invited. I'm the only one invited. Thank you very much, Pat. I'll be back in a few weeks. Next week is the Dubai Trophy, the Lord Glitters Handicap as well. And hey, we're only 4 weeks away from Super Saturday. 2 months away, just over 2 months away from the big one as well. But it was a night tonight where Godolphin, as they always do, but particularly tonight, sought to dominate. William Burke with 3, and it was 8 successive wins, 9 overall for Charlie Appleby in the Dubai Millennium Stakes, tonight's feature with First Conquest. And it'll be a night that lives in the memory because Richie Mullen clocked up 600 UAE wins some 28 years after the first. Thank you very much for watching and joining us here at Meydan. We'll see you again soon.